a wizard in training, if you will, a Xanathar guild master, kind of like an underlord crime boss. He was dispatched, not without his own kind of mysteries around him, one such being a mind flayer that fled the scene shortly before they interacted, and they rescued Flynn. They took him back to the surface, and they did the report thing, talked to the guards, and reunited him with Volo. Along the way, turns out Volo didn't have the money that he said he did. And what ended up happening is he gave them a deed to a manor in the North Ward called Trollskull Manor as a compensation for their help. With that being said, they exchanged pleasantries and said, call on me if you need me, and bid each other adieu. Our heroes last left by entering in their new manor, which is completely broken and dilapidated from the previous tenants' disuse, where they found a ghost named Lif, who seems to be a bit petulant about new entrants to his lair. But with that said, one such, what was his name? Tally, yes, came up to the front door and knocked and said, hey, I'm a carpenter and I might be able to help you out, and offered them the advice of a solicitor who was going to help them navigate the guilds of Waterdeep and pay for renovating the place if that is what they wish to do. And that's where we left off.
And I will have you know that Mind Flayer definitely fled the scene because of us showing up, and not because of any other reason.
So, we explored the first bottom half, right? And then we started to move up to the second floor. We went out and around, and it was...
We explored the second floor, but our entrance to the third floor was blocked.
Yep.
I believe that me and Percy and Rin were going to acquire some food, and some shenanigans were possibly happening.
Yeah, we were on our way to try out the different local delicacies on our new neighborhood when one Astra was deciding on doing something else.
I was full. I didn't want to eat anymore. And I also wanted to try out my new shit. It's not shit. It's not. So I have turned myself into a spider.
A spider. Okay.
A spider.
And you're a normal-sized spider, or like a middle-sized spider, like a hand-sized spider?
This is life-size.
Or what about like a person-sized spider?
No, just like a little spider. Like a little fit in your hand spider. And hoping for the best. I'm trying to crawl up the rocks that were the broken down stairs to make it up to the third floor so I can see what's up there. While they're seeing what's up out there, night on the town style.
Yep.
All right.
I don't expect as much exciting things happening with us. As more of good food and good company.
I dropped it, and then I was looking for a spider on the ground, IRL, and I was like, I don't like that.
Also, so your inventory items that you're missing, you didn't enter them into your inventory, you entered them down here into
other possessions, so then show up on the sheet.
All right,
Cool.
so you crawl through the rubble?
I do. Also, that's exactly what spiders sound like.
Yep.
Beware of the ticky 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 ticky.
All right. You navigate what is fallen support beams that have been rotted and kind of decaying. Can't imagine that's too good for the engineering of the house. You're aided by the sense of mildew and mold pretty heavily, and tons of dust. You make your way through, and it's like your own little personal jungle gym. Trying to navigate your way through this maze. Give me an intelligence check.
An intelligence check.
Also, are you allergic to dust and or mold and or mildew?
No,
Okay.
my character is not. She's feeling quite tired. It's been a long day with a 6.
Okay, so you're pushing through this beam, and that looks familiar. And you come out about just 6 minutes later after thinking, I'm on top of this, I'm back where I started.
Ah.
Want to give it another go?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, one more intelligence check.
Oh gosh. Alright, what color are you tonight? You're gonna be this color tonight.
And this is for navigating the rubble?
Yep.
11!
Much better. Along your way, you encounter a fly.
A spider! Okay, alright. Hey, fly bro.
It buzzes at you.
Hi, fly.
You biting it?
No.
Okay.
I just high-fived it.
It flies away.
High five.
Before too much longer, you emerge up at the top, and what would normally be a scurry of rats just bolts.
I don't like this game.
Because
Maybe more like a stampede of rats.
It's
with
a
the-
stampede
with
of
how small size
it's
you are.
thunderous to you and your smaller size, but you do catch the wisp of Mr. Ghosty going through this doorway as you approach
He's got a
up.
name. Lift. L-I-F. Lift.
Mr. Ghosty.
Mr. Ghosty is the disturbance for all those rats. They decided they did not like his chilling presence.
What's up, bro?
He doesn't speak spider.
I also don't speak bro. I mean, I don't speak ghosty friend.
I imagine spiders. Do spiders even make like communication sounds of any kind? I don't really know how that
Ask
works.
Charlotte. I mean, I can speak with my brain.
That's true.
Also, I just imagine, like, if you're a spider-sized, hearing spider next to you, it's like a person, like, hearing them next to you.
Is this the first time you've ever transformed into another animal?
Yes.
Okay.
This is my first time. Also, legitimately, I imagine it's like maybe that size, but
Yeah.
you just can't hear it. Your little ears can't hear it.
Well, upon coming up to the top of the stairs, you do hear the faint sound of buzzing. Not like the flies from previous, but more like a hive.
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
I'm not scared of no bee.
Okay.
Also, I don't think any background music's playing, by the way.
Oh, it's probably not.
I ain't scared of no busy bee body. I'm exploring this place.
Okay. You move into this area as your spider
Okay.
permits. You notice that there is no trails of like broken up dust here. It's all kind of coated.
Cool. I'm checking out. Are there like rooms or?
Oh yeah. The doors
What
leave
kind
enough
of
for you to
rooms?
crawl under. So you open up into the landing for the third floor. You have a hallway to your left. It's kind of indistinguishable. Wait. You don't have night vision, do you? Or do you have
As
the
a
spider?
spider, I do. I think. Let me look. I'm sure I've got it on here. This would be extras, right? And then a spider is a tiny beast that has dark vision,
All
mother
right, so you do see-
chuckers. Woohoo!
So you do notice the hallway off to your left. It breaks up in just kind of the side of things as you lose vision around the corner. And then you are on a landing that you can see immediately. There's a door to your right. And actually there's several doors to your right. And then one more down past the stairway that you came from.
Okay. I slowly make my way around, just exploring. Probably gonna shoot down the hallway first.
Okay.
Long angles.
So you going towards the north or to the south?
South side, the realist.
All right. As you scurry along the floor, you soon find yourself in what looks to be a master bedroom.
My room, I claim it. I was here first.
You can't dibs and spider.
I
You don't stand
I
here.
take my little arm and make a little my room.
You can have enough space for a spider. Yep.
You go in there and you see like what would be a 4-post bed that's been mostly destroyed.
Cool.
You see a fireplace that actually has several pieces of logs in it that have char on the end. They are not decayed. It looks like they've burned recently, like within the past day or two. And
Whoa.
you also see that it leads through once again to the other side. And that now that the flames aren't going, you can actually see through the fireplace very faintly. You can see into another room, but from your angle down here, you're just kind of like looking into the roof.
Oh yeah, I go to that room.
Okay, you find yourself in what appears to be like a 10 by 15 foot master bathroom.
Can we get an update on where Spider Bro is on the map?
Point me.
I'm trying to.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't currently know where she is.
You claim to have come down here. You see this, and you said you're going towards.
Okay. So, and I go this way.
Okay. You enter here, and you see what looked to have been at one point a very expensive and very beautiful porcelain tub that's been cracked and destroyed.
Unimpressed.
You also hear very, very loud buzzing in here, and you can see what appears to be a wasp nest up in the corner.
Okay, I leave.
Give me a stealth roll.
No. All right.
All right.
Yes, the old tried and true. No, you.
Okay. So I get a +4 to my stealth as a spider. So suck it with that 21, though. Yeah.
Wasps do not notice lunch.
Yeah, no, I'm not lunch.
You go back out.
It says.
Really unfortunate one for them.
Yeah, I don't know how that would end, but probably not particularly well for the wasps.
Yeah. I would and then I just continue on.
Okay, you continue on. You two, you said you were going to go get food.
Yeah.
You hungry, bro?
Are there any particularly unique local cuisine areas that?
Yeah, I did say that. I believe last time you had some exotic and cultural smells to the northeast, and I think that might have been where Tally pointed you guys. And then you had the kind of the more familiar smells of just a standard tavern inn to the southwest.
I take him to the newer smelly smells.
Smell.
The new smells. The smells that you smell. And those smells smell you.
No. Also,
I mean, wasn't that long ago that we were in the sewer?
Oh yeah.
I was just saying. Probably it's hot.
Yep, okay. So you managed to go back up the street basically the same way that the Dre pulled you guys in on. Mm-hmm. And you're opened up to a very small, cluttered area. There's about 5 to 7 different shops here that are all of restaurant in nature.
Is this typical fare for Waterdeep? All these hidden shops?
There's shops just about everywhere, and there's certainly food just about everywhere, at the very least. I mean, we've seen, counting the one we own, probably 5 inns since we got here.
Well,
since y'all got here.
I don't know about you, but I'm thinking about trying a little from everything here.
We got plenty of time. Maybe we pace ourselves tonight and just get, what do the food shops, are there specific themes to them or anything? Or?
Yeah, they have varying ranges of assortments. They tend to display very big names of faraway lands of names that you may or may not have heard of. They may or may not exist, but the whole point of them is to be exotic in nature. And so much of the kind of theme that they've done here has pulled in shocking people, races that people are not. It's not your thoroughfare through here. You see a small little Minotaur boy being a crier for one of his such established restaurants. You can see a much older Minotaur behind the counter cooking away at something, probably involving tons of meat.
Hopefully not beef?
Don't worry, it's Wagyu beef.
Okay, right.
Wait, took real good care of her husband before,
right.
They had to open the restaurant.
It's the passing of elders into it's the cycle of life, right?
Yes. So as you guys are talking down, not talking down, but talking amongst each other and seeing this surrounding area, you notice a small Minotaur girl kind of running and headbutt you in the leg. Watch where you're going, mister!
Okay.
Hey, you have horns!
What are you?
Not one of you! But you'd be welcome. You should come to my father's shop.
I kind of do one of the look down from above.
That receives a headbutt as she just.
Yes.
Okay, we need to eat here. Can we eat here first?
Eat here if you like.
Customers! I got them! She grabs your hand and starts trying to pull you towards
I'm led to the food.
Hook, line, and sinker, so to speak.
And you notice the boy just kind of like standing there, like, how come she always brings in the customers?
To be fair, I was coming here anyway.
This is all news to me. He's picking tonight.
They have large wooden like picnic like tables. They have benches that are attached to the tables themselves that you have to kind of nestle your way into, and you sit on top of it.
Okay, I maneuver my hooved feet into the picnic table contraption. I feel like that's probably pretty well set up for Minotaur folk, so
Yes.
that works nicely.
Pretty soon, another like teenage-looking one, Minotaur, comes up to you, says, "Oh, what kind of meat would you be having, or are you in particular to the vegetarian options?"
Is there a house special?
Well, the special here is that we prepare it with the spices that we from our lands particularly enjoy. It's a bit on the spicier side, but mostly savory.
Whatever your favorite dish is, I'll have that.
I'll get that right for you.
Make it two.
Will do. To drink some ale, mead?
Mead for me.
It'll be good.
Right away.
Or wine if you have it.
We do. How expensive would you like to go?
I don't really know the price of wine here.
2 dips, 3 dips.
I think I know your choice.
Oh.
You have to ask.
Thank you.
So he walks down towards the counter, which you start kind of noticing a little bit now being in the presence. They do look very similar for a Minotaur folk, and you would have to conclude that this is a family establishment. And in fact, looking around you, you actually see a very similar pattern going on with most of these places. You see a fire ganassi stand over there with multiple ganassi of varying ages and such, and you see over there half-elves. That a little bit less exotic, but they probably bring something to the table that allows them to be here.
Percy.
Yeah.
We need something like this at our new establishment.
I don't think we can make that happen.
It'll be like home cooking, home family cooking from us.
The little girl comes up and, ale for you, meat for you. Slightly sloshes.
Thank you.
Yay, go!
I mean, we could definitely orchestrate something similar to this at our new establishment. I think the main thing that I have a problem with is it'll be a little bit hard to get the the aesthetic quite right, if you know what I mean. Because I'm a little bit blue compared to y'all, and you're a little bit furry compared to us.
I'm sure we'll figure something out.
We'll find something.
Maybe we can hire some of the locals.
The teenager comes back and he sets down a wooden platter that he starts rotating, and some meat carvers come up and they have like a huge lamb shank. And
Tejas?
but instead of the typical slice, you see another person that's standing next to said holder of meat with giant shears. And he just comes up and you just hear it cut right through bone and everything. And just, he drops it on the plate and it keeps spinning. And over time, what happens is it creates a little pattern with the juices that they have running their sauce over it. A little spiral out as it goes out, and that's their presentation, which they serve berries and other fruit in the center of the tray.
You sure we can afford this establishment?
I think we'll be fine.
I mean, we did just get paid, but
We did just get paid.
For context, you would know that this would at most run maybe a dragon or two.
Okay.
whew,
That's just fine.
fine dining for a
most.
That is
dragon.
some fine dining, but also that's totally fine.
I'm so glad I'm not there. Also, I'm so glad you don't know that I'm furry.
A short while later, the teenager comes out carrying you a pewter wine glass. It has it has embellishments on it, and it doesn't quite have gems in it, but you would imagine that they would place them in there.
Okay. If I were to be someone who rates all food and drink everywhere highly, how would I rate it out of 10?
Probably 10 out of 10.
All right.
That's some damn good wine.
Well, I think we continue enjoying our food and listen to the sounds of the company of the folk that pass through the area.
Okay, back to the spider who's being chased by wasps.
I am not being chased by wasps. We're friendly, high fiving it. I go to the next room.
Okay.
I go to this one. Yeah. So I come back out here. I'm gonna actually. So this is an overhang here, or is this?
No, that is. I missed coloring in the wall. There's another door there, and that's right here, I believe.
Yeah, check this room out.
It is a library and a study. When you move in, you see like 2 or 3 actually rather ornate desks, once again completely destroyed, and you see bookshelves that are built into the walls that kind of have like a pretty nifty, well, once was really good wood, of course, but has since been scratched and clawed at. But all the shelves are broken and stuff, and books in disrepair and stuff have been toppled to the ground. Pages litter the floor right here.
What kind of books?
What do your spider eyes see? Yeah, it's
All
difficult.
the books.
Yeah, you see.
They're masked
You see
at.
large tomes and small tomes. You see stuff in writing that you don't understand, and you see stuff in writing that you think you can pick out if you had time to.
Is there any quarry books? Are there any primordial, druidic, sylvan?
It would take you time, especially in spider form, to try and discover that.
All right. Are they dope?
No, it's not dope.
Oh, okay.
I wonder, are any of the books even readable at this point? Or like, are they so decayed and destroyed that they're not, even their spines are not legible? Or like, would you think some of these books would be pick-upable and readable?
They might be. You might have to get them like repaired to become usable to an extent, but you could probably painstakingly make your way through some of them.
I'm gonna actually go back to this, like, what would be closet and see what's in there.
That is pretty. You see a small rat nest.
Okay, I don't. I go over here. I just look around. I do
Okay.
my thing. I do the spider thing, just all over the place.
Your search, which should probably take you the better part of an hour, picking your way through everything and staying away from the different hostile things that would probably attack pests,
Move small, move slow, you know.
reveals.
Hold on. I'll tell you how fast I move. I have a 20-20. So 20 climb, 20 speed. So I'm not significantly like.
So are you like just
person.
zooming all the way through it and not picking up the
Zooming, but
details?
I mean, I'm trying to see like what the gist is, so I can come back down and be like, there's like a bedroom and a library, and at the top of the spire is.
So you're looking for like basics of like, okay, this is a library, not like tell me everything there is to know about this library.
I'm not looking to investigate or loot or find any secret passageways or anything like that. I just want to make sure there's not a squatter up here.
Okay. Well, the other room adjacent to the library is another privy.
Okay, is there a squatter in the privy?
No.
That's good.
You could be the
Seriously.
squatter in the privy.
I don't want to.
They have 2 bathrooms upstairs. Like, let's go.
And you move your way into the back corridor once again. And here, if I can use it at this point, I'm just going to direct. Which button do I push?
It's a
That's
slider.
like
Middle.
thingy in them.
Okay. So you move your way up through here. You go under this door. You do not see Ghosty in here, but this is where you saw him disappear through. You walk through what appears to be a narrow corridor, and you find yourself another fireplace. This is another bedroom that leads into its own private bath. And you also see that on the underside of this is the entrance into the turret.
I go into the turret.
Okay. So, you do realize that there's a trapdoor that's suspended about 15 feet in the air from you. You have a climbing speed and that'll get you up the wall, but not across the ceiling. You'll have to take quite a bit of time to engineer something like that in spider form.
So that's like on the roof.
Yeah, it is like, if it was in this room, it'd like be in almost the center of the room. It's off-centered, but it's not anywhere close to the edge of a wall.
Okay.
You do have a very conveniently named ability of spider climb.
It's web walker.
Oh, do you not have actual spider climb?
No, I do have spider climb.
The spell?
No, it's just when you turn into
She's
a
a
spider,
spider.
you have spider climb. So you can climb difficult surfaces, including upside down on ceilings, without needing to make an ability check.
Oh, okay. Well, then you can do that. and
Cool.
your spider can crawl its way into what appears to be a very, very tightly sealed trapdoor.
It's toy, like a toy gun. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go.
Go where?
I go up.
It
On
is
a
tightly
Tuesday.
sealed.
Oh. Can I peek through? Is it like a gated? Like
No, I imagine if you could peek through, you'd probably squeeze through.
That's not true. I've got like 8 eyes.
You cannot see. You cannot see in it.
Oh! Can you cast? No, you can't cast spells when you're in form, right?
You can.
I don't know how that rule works.
You cannot.
Yeah,
You can hold concentration on a spell before you go
High
into
level,
it.
you get the ability
Yes.
to do that, like level 14 or something like that, I think.
Well, I just am content, and I make my way down as quickly as I can, safely as I
Now
can.
go
Well,
to
there
the
is
top
another set
floor?
of stairs here.
I mean, I don't have a way of getting up there.
These are not
Walking?
blocked.
Oh,
It was just
then-
these stairs that were blocked.
Oh. Yeah, it'd be helpful if we had a picture of this place.
No, we do right here. There's another staircase. Look with your
Okay, alright, I'm
eyes.
gonna get my
Look with your
glasses.
eyes.
I have like 8. It's distracting. All right, I go up the stairs.
All right.
I don't know. Working by themselves.
You make your way up the final set of stairs.
I spook.
Yeah, that would be my cue to talk, huh? You are in a very abruptly short hallway. There are 2 doors in front of you, left and right. The typical stains and smells of mildew and mold are still present. You can still hear the rats scurrying, but otherwise nothing.
I look at. Wait. There's a room to my right and a room to my left.
Yep.
I'm gonna.
You also know that the doors are off center from each other.
Great adventurers always go left.
Damn straight.
All right. You move into another room. This one has 2 windows and another fireplace.
Does it look like a hangout? Or...
You can give me another intelligence check.
So this would be like, this is significantly smaller than the other floors, right? So this is like an attic space, right?
Yes.
Okay. So are the ceilings, or the roof here slanted, or is it like still square top?
Still squared.
Okay.
So, a 20.
Okay, you can piece together that what those remains at the far end of the room were probably a bed at some point. It is another bedroom in the attic with its own fireplace.
And then across the hall.
Okay.
Also, I'm assuming that fireplaces are important.
Is that a big
what time
window
of
there,
year
too?
is it?
It is summer.
It's summer. So, okay.
All right, you cross the hall.
Yeah.
All right, you move in here and you see a bunch of crates and stuff that have been bashed open. You see dishes and other things that you think would run an establishment that are destroyed. You can find pieces of things that would normally be for maintenance on a place such as this that are also in disrepair.
Cool.
But you have found the attic storage. You also note curiously that there are 2 windows in here as well, but they are mostly blocked off by the crates that are in front of them.
I'm ready.
Cool.
Also, I claim that room. It's my room. The smallest one.
Are there any holes in the windows?
There are surprisingly no holes in any of these windows. You do know
Who
that
boards them up?
every single one of them has been cracked, and the ones on the first floor have been boarded, but up here, not boarded, but they are painted over.
I do try and tick my way down before they get back.
Okay. You can do that. It's a pretty short ride back to the bottom, namely
Cool.
a staircase.
Blueprint put into my mind.
Okay, and I'll just spread these out at this point so that we can. All right.
Whew.
So you guys, you probably actually have some time to spare. At some point, you guys finish your meal.
I think I have a small side goal here, which is I'm going to be trying to be listening for talk of the town stuff and to just get a general feel for how what are people feeling in this area? Like, are people mad because they're being oppressed by the guards? Are people happy because things are looking bright and there's people buying their stuff? Like, what's the kind of state of the world tree here?
It's a bustling, small little cafe center, basically. People here have been pretty jovial, and you haven't noticed an ounce of kind of, one, you haven't noticed any poverty at all, and nor the effects that you would associate anywhere close to that. So most people here are happy.
We're
You do know
in the
they.
Castle Ward, correct?
You're in the North Ward.
North.
Yes.
Okay.
You know that people here seem a little uppity. Not quite noble status, but you would imagine that given the right scenarios, these people might turn their noses to some of the people that you've met in the dock ward very quickly.
Okay. I had kind of had the wrong idea painted in my head of where exactly we were, and was thinking more of like
We have
downtown
the old
alley
house.
thing, but it's it's more like
No, this is a
downtown cafe street with
Yeah.
like.
This is like Frisco McKinney,
Yeah.
and we have the shit house.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, I got a better idea now. Thank you.
Yep.
Cool.
I don't have any ulterior motives. I regale some of my stories of gambling on the high seas.
Heck yeah. I attempt to regale you in much more dull stories of life in the Abbey. But,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, things aren't always so boring, but...
Right.
At some point, the person that you guys, the Minotaur that you guys noticed behind the counter, comes up, and what you had originally thought was a man actually turns out to be a woman. And she approaches. How'd you like it?
It was delicious.
Wonderful. You'll be back for more, probably.
Oh, I imagine so.
Wonderful, wonderful. I had to come and visit. I haven't seen a party of just hornlings quite some time.
Well, we do feel a bit at home here, I guess, I imagine.
Yeah, shop caught her eye for a reason.
Wonderful. And my children, they were of great service to you, yes.
You're wonderful children. Wonderful.
Pleasant. Great. Well, I just wanted to come and introduce myself. My name's Penny.
Penny, nice to meet you. I'm Rin.
Just huge, massive hands. She's kind of like almost engulfed here as like a child, but you can tell that she's extremely delicate with the.
And I already just forgot her
And
name.
I'm Percy.
Penny?
Penny the
Thank you.
Minotaur.
Penny.
Nice to meet you.
What's the name of Penny's shop?
Well, to be determined at a later time.
A Minotaur shop.
Penny,
It's Tejas de Minotaur. I'm Percy.
Yes, welcome to Malaya.
Malay.
Pleasure meeting you. We will, we just moved in. I point like my best approximation of southward. We just moved in a little ways down, so we'll probably be in the area quite a bit.
Perfect. Wonderful. Love to see you back here. Anyways, I'll leave my son. And she takes her leave. He comes up. The bill tonight will just be a dragon.
I've got it, Percy. Here you go.
Sure.
You. Mother's taking a liking. So discount.
Appreciate it.
Mark off 1 gold dragon for our meal. Well, probably be better to head back at some point here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that she's doing fine on her own, but
I'm sure she's gotten into great trouble. I'm ready to see what she's done. If it's anything like the old times, I'm sure.
I don't even know.
As you guys are leaving, you can see that there's like a little runway on the side of the shack. Well, not shack, but establishment. It's a dirt path that's been traveled very, very many times. And at the end of it, you see kind of like a haphazard target that's been set up, almost like the ringlets of an archery mat. And you see the small little girl just go running face first, gliding with that target. Horns stuck into the wood. She waves back at you, bye!
Goodbye. Have a nice evening.
She unroots herself and like trumps back to the spot and starts kicking her leg, ready to go again.
you know, is part of me, I say this under my breath so that the girl doesn't hear, for
Right.
sure. But there is part of me that kind of is glad that my horns never got large enough to partake in anything like that.
All right. You guys make your way
Yeah.
back to Troll School Manor.
soon to be renamed Troll Skull Manor. We don't have a name yet, but we will have one at some point.
I'm a notary.
All right. You make your way back. The people on your street are they're nice. Now that they see you walk back and walk out, they're like, oh. And they give you guys pleasantries as you're going down the street.
Is there anything on the first floor or second floor that I can perch myself on and then deform so they're like, how'd you get up there?
Oh no.
Oh.
Let's see here.
The top of the fireplace.
Yeah, you can like be on the mantle of the fireplace. Almost everything's like clearly destroyed.
Or can I like deform, like hook to the ceiling, deform, and like rah! And then scare them when they come
Like
in?
fall on top of us.
Oh, no? Okay.
Hang out as a spider for a little bit.
Cool.
I would love that.
So you're like right here in front of the entrance.
There's zero chance of them seeing me as a spider.
I mean,
I mean,
you're a
they
spider.
probably don't. Yeah, they probably don't notice a spider.
No. I wouldn't even be looking for one.
I mean, even if we did, it's just a spider, right?
Right. Like,
Shocker. Our rundown inn has a spider on the ceiling.
Right. It's this way. Okay, perfect. All right, so you guys make your way back in. You realize that the door has been boarded once again. That you have to pry off.
yeah. Wonder how. I mean, if we fix the door, maybe then it'll stop being boarded.
Probably.
Yeah, maybe high on our priority list is fixing the door.
Or the last thing on our priority list, so that he continues locking the door behind us.
I think we could just get a lock, but you know, we'll figure it out.
As you're prying the boards off and you step in, you feel a chill go through you. Learn to associate that with the feel of lift.
I'm really rather not offended, to be honest, but we gotta get in somehow.
Yeah.
So, well, she certainly wasn't cleaning the whole time.
Where do you think she is?
You see like a small 6-inch by like 18-inch strip that's been, the dust has been like hand pushed away.
You know,
Feathered.
you can only do so much with what you've got, you know? It's really a bigger job.
I mean, it's
than
not like
this.
we cleaned either, so.
Right. We went and had a dinner, so.
Oh, where'd she get off to?
So you guys are firmly like just inside. Rin is closing the door, and a spider changeling falls out, and Astra is 10 feet in the air, coming down towards you.
What the?
Just smashes right into both of us.
And a collision happens,
And-
toppling everybody to the ground.
Yeah, I'm not much of a catching people type.
And
so.
right after surprise is probably filled with much laughter. And
After surprise is initiative.
Initiative.
Got him.
well, geez, Astro. Well,
How did you? Ow!
I learned a new trick.
is it flying?
No. It's, I'm sure I'll show you one day. I wished and I wished real hard, and I was really wishing to be a spider or something real small, and then I just was.
Oh.
How commonplace would be the concept of druids in our world, right? Like,
Pretty common.
Okay, I imagine so. Like you struck this as a druidic type, but now it's kind of been like confirmed.
Olo said one day I would grow up and probably be able to do something. He just didn't say what that something was.
Well, congratulations. If you don't mind, a little stuck down here.
Definitely give you a raspberry. Get out of
If you
here.
raspberry
You
either of
fool?
us, I mage hand and like pull your hair, trying to pull you off.
So as you guys are like detangling yourselves, you stand up and you see a white cat at the edge of the hallway
It's
of the
another
common room.
one of your druidic things.
Immediately, I want to speak with animals. I want to speak with animals.
If you want to do it right away, you can just cast it straight
I
up.
want to speak.
Irrelevant. Now that it has all of your attention, you each here interested in joining the Emerald Enclave? Come meet me at Falconmere in the Southern Ward. The cat's mouth moving irregularly, and then it slinks and jumps into the fireplace and disappears.
All right, and then would you be able to slightly repeat that a little bit louder?
Interested in joining the Emerald Enclave, which I, as a player, know as the Druidic Guild that's in Waterdeep.
Emerald.
White Cat, how the f did you get in here, though?
Where did it say to have us meet at?
Falconmere. It's P-H-A-U-L.
Okay, sorry, start that one again.
Yep.
P-H-A-U-L.
K-O-N.
K-O-N.
So
M-E-R-E.
Mere, we're going to
M-E-R-E.
Mere.
That is not how I would have spelled that, but alright.
Because it's fucking Mere.
Fucking me.
And that is in the Southern Ward.
Fucking me over. The Southern Ward.
I need to know this little... White Cat, White Cat.
Okay, cool. Well, dang.
You do know that the only exit to this area that you guys have seen is the one that is at the door behind you guys.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm not
if
too
you
worried about it.
Transform into a white cat, then
I go investigate the fireplace.
Okay. You see cat's footprints that go through the double-sided fireplace,
Santa Claus.
deeper into the room.
Santa cats.
I
Man.
ask you about the Emerald
Do I
Enclave.
know about the Emerald Enclave?
Well,
You
she's
have not been beset by them before.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if I've ever heard of them per se.
I get into the fireplace.
Per
The only,
se.
the only groups that I've really associated with is, of course, the Mages Guild, because I had to sign up there on the way, and then I've spent a little bit of time in the Church of Timora, but apart from that, I haven't really heard much.
Okay.
When you crawl into the fireplace, you faintly hear the sound of meowing coming from the den, which is the room that's attached to the other side of the fireplace.
I go in there.
You crawl through the fireplace, dragging your clothing through ash and soot.
Hello.
Astra. It's in her name.
And you see at the turret next to one of the windows, the cat is just meowing incessantly
Hello.
and starts pacing.
Hi.
It acts like a cat.
I want to speak with animals. I want to speak with
At the provocation of words that start sounding energetic, it gets panicked and starts acting very scared and attempting to run away.
Okay.
Just doesn't know where to go.
Me either, brother. I'm gonna do this until it's 10 minutes in.
Just stare down at the cat. for
I'm
10
gonna push this cat in a corner until it talks to me.
Okay, you are terrorizing a cat.
Welcome to the show.
Do you leave the fireplace to go at it while it's over there in the center? You're just standing there across the room chanting at it while it just sits there and has to deal with whatever panicked emotion is.
You know, I don't really have any particular way of dealing with the situation other than ignoring it, so...
I mean, I can hear her cast and speak with animals in there, so I assume she found the cat.
Right.
Just the.
I need my legs. I need my legs. I want to speak with animals.
You guys just sit for 10 minutes listening to her chant in the other room.
I mean, I was thinking about trying to stake out a place to hit the hay for the night, you know?
I mean, there's not a whole lot of difference between being down here and being upstairs. I'd rather not tear down that door again, so we can probably just clear out some area in this first floor.
Yeah, how... I'm thinking I might hole up in the cellar.
Okay.
That seems a little bit more closer to home.
You do remember that there's like a quarter inch of soured.
Oh, right, yeah. See, now, never
Hold
mind.
on.
Waller.
Darn it.
I missed a
The
few.
cellar would have been a nice place. All cool and dark. And, you know, cave-like.
Wait. Oh yeah.
Part of living in a mountainside is, you know, goat.
I hear you.
It's
You know you can just cast that, right?
put that in the silent.
Okay. After 10 minutes, you cast Speak with Animals.
Hello.
I gotta leave!
Why?
Danger!
Hi. You're so pretty.
You're scary.
Hi. I'm Astra. What's your name?
I'm a cat.
I am a cat. Do you want to stay here? Do you belong to someone?
No.
Do you have friends?
Some.
Are you a druid?
What's druid?
You want some food? Are you hungry?
It's still extremely wary. Extremely ready to just bolt back through the fireplace because it realized that that's the only place it can go if it has to. But
Ah, yes, your dry daily ration.
it is hungry.
That's
Delicious.
a good theory.
It scoffs at that.
I toss it. Oh.
It's peering around you looking at the fireplace still.
Do you want out?
I mean, honestly, it's right.
Do you want to go outside?
Leave. I want to leave.
Okay, I'll let you go. I just needed to know if you were a druid or not. And if you would be my friend.
Do you have food?
I have rations.
Some rations would have dried meats in them.
Okay, I take out some dried meat.
It sniffs the air. Tastes the air. Licks it. Place.
Yeah, here. And I like put it on the ground.
Back away.
Why are you a mob boss cat all of a sudden? Are you gonna pull out a knife?
I mean, that's actually exactly how I imagine cats being like, back the fuck off. Back away. It's my food. I'm gonna eat this food. You back up now. Okay, you backed up. I eat it and run.
I'll let you eat it if you tell me how you got in here.
Horn things. Left door open.
Hey, alright, I mean, we did our best. We had some giant person that used to be a spider fall on top of us. This is your fault?
Okay, I'll open the door for you, and then I'm just kidding. I crawl back through and I'm like,
There is a door that you could go through.
no, it's fine.
Okay.
And I crawl back through, and then we gotta open the door to let the cat out of the bag.
It
Sounds like a
very
good idea.
cautiously stalks up to it and sniffs it. It is like a small ration of dried fish, so it finds it rather hard to resist. Pecks at it and sees it. No, it's okay. It picks it up and it's just carrying this.
Aww, it's a
Jerky
happy
on.
cat.
Um,
Okay, I let it out.
It, seizing its opportunity, bolts back through the fireplace, hearing the door open, and makes its way out.
We're gonna have a cat soon.
Are we?
Yes.
Just one?
No.
Associated with the other things that came through the Speaks with Animals, you get impressions of that it's a stray.
That's weird.
A stray cat. Yeah.
I'm weirded out by that. I'm weirded out by that.
Okay, make an Arcana check.
Real quick, you know why Jenny's all got wet water everywhere?
5. And no.
No,
Where did she get water
I don't know. You're weirded out by that. Oh, there's a water bottle over there. Maybe that leaked on her.
from? Maybe. Okay.
Come here, Jen.
Go give your mom. Go
Come
get
here.
your mama.
What do you mean water?
This is all right here.
Oh, on her leg?
Yeah.
No. I don't know.
You just dripping all over the floor, so I just want to make sure.
Take to using some prestidigitation to help Astra clean up. Get some of the soot off of her.
Just be careful not to clean any of the house with your prestidigitation.
It just goes back anyway. It's fine.
He was particularly.
I figured this out today. What, you think I'm gonna miss or something? Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
All I can say is that square foot of house tastes really good right now.
What are all the functions of your prestidigitation spell?
I think it's like you can flavor things. Oh no, I actually have it here. Do you have? Excuse me.
Jenny, come on. You can lay down.
But I believe it is prestidigitation. It's like cleaning or sullying objects and surfaces. You can heat or cool food, and you can like change the flavor of things. And you can conjure non-magical trinkets and minor and tiny illusions that like fit in your hand.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
All right. So you guys trying to find a place in the dwelling to sleep?
Yeah, I think
Keep
I've
the area relatively clean and
replaced my idea of sleeping in the cellar with just sleeping on top of the bar counter. That seems like the next place. How's that disrespectful?
Not a game. I think it's disrespectful.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Astra's like, good place.
If I thought it was disrespectful, I wouldn't do it. But I don't think it is. Can't
yeah,
think of
just
a reason why.
get a spot in the main area relatively clean, and then set up my bedroll for the evening.
Probably a lot of sneezing when I wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lay my bedroll the opposite of Percy's, so my feet are near your face.
Gross.
So you go back into the first floor, and then you guys are staying where?
We're staying on the first floor.
Just in the open.
Well, you guys are on the second floor.
Wait, why are we on the second floor?
Did you all go back down to the first floor of the bar?
No.
When did we go to the second floor?
You're on the second floor.
We entered into the second floor
Yeah.
originally.
Remember, the second floor is the dwelling.
Oh, the stairs go to the second floor.
Yes.
No way.
The first floor is the tavern.
Oh, I forgot.
I
No,
was
I'm
also
not gonna go
mistaken on that.
back downstairs to.
We'll stay.
Yeah, no, I won't sleep on the bar then, because I don't want to go out and around and back inside to the first floor.
Right.
Okay.
Also, we definitely need to make a trap door from the second floor to the first floor with a ladder so we can get back and forth between those more easily. That's definitely part of the renovations.
Only if you have a code lock that takes more than 4 digits, though.
Ah.
Yeah.
We need a ladder blueprint first.
Don't worry, I can arcane lock at like level 3 or something.
So we're all sleeping on the second floor.
Okay.
I'm gonna sleep. It doesn't matter where.
Nope, I'm
Doesn't
just
matter.
gonna sleep next to everybody else.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. So you 3 go to sleep
Sleep.
Yeah.
and wake up very much to the effects of dust piled on top of you. The moving around from the day before has stirred up a lot of the contents, and you guys find yourself in awful need of a cleaning.
A warm, hot shower would be real nice right about now.
I do not cast Goodberry at the start of my day today.
Okay.
I do major.
All right.
I cast my. I don't have any spells because I'm a rogue.
Yeah.
You guys are all kind of brought to in the morning by the fact that the fire in the back of the room is going.
Ooh.
The fire's going?
Yeah.
That's nice.
How nice of Tiff.
Lift.
Took out some of the chill in the stuffy air.
Well, I mean, I think we mostly have the day to ourselves. We have the guy coming at some point, right?
Yeah, were we
Contractor showing
supposed
up to the
to?
house?
Were we supposed to go meet him at his place, or was he coming here? I forget.
No, we're supposed to go to the Emerald Enclave. People.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that is something we certainly could do. It's on our agenda, I assume. I guess.
We could do it.
We can go speak with him if you like.
I would like to maybe get our situation here sorted out a little bit first.
When did we had like a time frame for that guy showing up, right?
Anywhere between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m.
Yeah.
So 4 p.m.
Oh my god.
I did not write down if he had any particular meeting plans.
I am gonna take out my cards first thing in the morning and pull some for the day.
Are you going to look at them before? What? Like, or are you pulling them and then going to be flipping them during the day?
That's a good question. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
We'll see how I feel this morning.
But yeah, 'cause I think that Tally had mentioned that he was going to send a specific person by, or
Yeah.
Sure. That works for me.
It's not by.
Okay.
You would presume it to be earlier in the day, though.
so yeah. I mean, I think we could hang out, eat some breakfast or whatever, and figure out.
I'd probably, if we've got time to spare, spend the time doing as much work on the manor as I can on my own.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll our sleeves up, do a little cleaning.
Yeah. Breakfast and cleaning to start the day out right. A little hard work never hurt nobody.
All right. Do you guys start here, or do you go downstairs to the tavern?
If we're gonna be sleeping here, here. Definitely here.
Okay.
I open the door and look outside to make sure no one is standing in front of a door waiting to be let in.
There's nobody waiting to be let in. You open the door and you hear the bustling of a typical busy street of Waterdeep. Nearby, because in your neighborhood, less dense. Some travel.
Waterdeep summer morning.
You hear like birds and gulls that are flying over the nearby water sources, and you hear the sound of children playing. The sound of children playing is like really close though, like just around the corner.
Yeah, probably just hanging out, waiting for
Cleaning, waiting
contractor man.
We ignore the children playing in our backyard, and we continue to clean the house.
Okay. As you guys are cleaning, about half an hour into it, you distinctly hear like some crashing from down below, followed by some sounds that you can't quite make out, but they sound humanoid.
Maybe we should check that out.
Make our way down, out and around to the front of the building so we can
Okay.
make our way in the front door.
You notice that it is not boarded up.
Oh. Okay.
I pull my quarterstaff and shillelagh.
I think I'm a little less ready to pull out weapons, but I do keep myself wary of what might be going on.
Okay. So you open the door.
Yes.
With my staff. Push it
Alrighty.
open.
So as soon as you open it, one, you see a light source that's down here, a torch that's going, and two, you see three small children, one of which is a tiefling boy. He's wearing an eye patch. He's about like 9 years old. He has a small bow and a quiver of toy arrows, one of which, immediately upon the door opening, he lets out a scream and shoots a toy arrow at Astra.
This is the downstairs first floor front door, right? that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
With a 15.
She's trying to get to the toy. Jenny.
Does a 15 hit you?
That's you, brother.
Yes, that is my armor class.
So this, I mean, it's not a heavy drawweight bow or anything like that, obviously, and it doesn't have an arrowhead on it, but a stick bounces off of your chest. I got her! And you can see at this point the other two are like play fighting. One of them is holding a wooden toy sword, and she's currently communicating to the other boy that's with her, a small, portly, like darkened skin. He's got a cloak and a toy wand on, and he's carrying a stuffed owlbear.
Bravo! Bravo! Bravo!
Upon the intrusion, he quickly ducks behind this other taller, lanky girl who looks to be about 10, who has a sword.
He's a pretty good shot.
I immediately shillelagh as bright as I can, like the biggest aura, and start just like wand, like, you know when you're a kid and you're pretending like, yeah.
Like you've got a double-bladed lightsaber.
I'm doing that. And I'm like, where are they?
The tiefling boy with the eye patch, squiddly nose, right in front of me. And he loads another arrow and fires. This time it goes wide. Damn!
I immediately start play fighting.
Nat looks at, or not, you wouldn't know Nat. So, the girl who has the boy behind him looks back and signs something to him. And
That's yours.
1 second, puppy problems.
right in the center.
I'm going in.
She's learned.
No.
Oh my gosh.
You can play with this one. You can actually probably do on this over here.
So, yes, the lanky girl with the wooden toy sword signs to the boy.
Signs?
Yes. To the boy behind her, and he comes running out, and he's frostbolt, and he charges his wand at Percy. Nothing himself.
Okay. Does he cast Frostbolt on me?
No.
Percy, duck!
I'll play along.
Yes.
So I cast Tensor's floating disc in front of me, and with my recently acquired from my Tiefling heritage ability, and I jump up on it, and I'm like, "You'll never hit me! My magic armor is impenetrable!"
At this point, you realize that the girl had taken like a running stance and went to charge at the person that jumped up on the disc and takes a sweep at it with her wooden sword. You realize this is a practice sword; it's not a toy sword, but it's just an actually wooden sword.
Quick question. What does Tensor Floating Disc do?
It makes a circular horizontal plane of force 3 feet in diameter and 1 inch thick that floats 3 feet above the ground in an unoccupied space of my choice in range. It hangs out for the duration. It can hold up to 500 pounds. It doesn't move, but as long as I'm within 20 feet of it. But if I move more than 20 feet from it, it follows.
Okay, so it's basically like a magical floating platform
Yeah.
that you can just jump up on and be floating and be magical.
Yeah, very
Or
good,
carry
very
stuff
useful
on.
for transporting things. Yeah.
Right.
And so the lanky girl comes running forward, and she swings her sword for your feet, rolling 13.
A 13 is a miss.
Okay.
It bounces off my impenetrable magic armor.
She like swings and it hits and it stops just like an inch from you, and she can't push it forward. And she looks up at you. You can just see her mouth, and you're like, "What?" At this point, a stuffed owlbear, just hits you in the face.
No.
Leave her alone! You're cheating!
You know what this needs? This needs music. I pull out my pair of pan flute and start playing music to the sounds of the battle that is going on in front of me.
I point point at the floor, like in front of, like in the middle of the entire group, I guess. And I go to cast
Fireball.
Thorn Whip.
Oh.
But like just like intentionally like trying to pop off like shoo, shoo, shoo. But it doesn't actually manifest as Thorn Whip. Instead, it manifests as Firebolt.
Oh.
Shooting firebolts.
I shoot a Firebolt cantrip at the floor, and I say out loud, "Thorn Whip," and it's.
Oh, I'm confused.
I in game am casting Firebolt.
Okay.
So this is like, to summarize, this would be like Astra goes to do his Thorn Whip, but accidentally casts
Does-
Fireball.
Yeah, Firebolt.
Firebolts. Not Fireball, because then we'd all be dead.
Because I just got it manifested.
Okay. Firebolts start going off in the area, and the kids suddenly are all afraid. Squidly says,
Sorry!
I stopped the music.
Squidly like, oh crap! And he goes running back to the girl who has taken a step back and is now
Sorry,
holding her sword with both
It was an
hands.
accident.
You see the smaller
And move as quickly as possible to put out any fires.
no fires were set
Okay.
in making of these displays.
I didn't mean it, I promise.
The girl signs something and Squidly says,
Is it Thieves' Cant?
Nope.
It's ASL.
Probably not
There's no such thing as
ASL.
America, so.
You know,
WSL,
Sorry.
Waterdeep Sign
no,
Language.
it was
Common sign language?
Common sign language. See,
Yes, huh?
yeah. Don't!
And Squidly says, what are you doing here in our playful establishment?
I attempt to speak to the girl in her mind using
Oh, that's-
whatever it's called.
man. If there was
My
trauma in
Calstar mind
Oh.
ability. Mind speak. Mind.
I mean, she turned out alright, so.
Right.
Abilities.
Do they have to understand the language?
So, we're about to find out.
Sign language is a language.
Speak telepathy, 60 feet, bonus action to a creature you can see.
You need to update that still?
Yeah, it's still awful. I believe known.
If you click on it, it should give you a full description.
It's the custom, remember?
Yeah, it should. If you click on it, it should give you a full description on the sidebar. At least it does on the web version. Those are just little short descriptions that you click on to see the full description of usually. That work?
Okay, you don't need to share language with the creature for it to understand your messages. But the creature must be able to understand at least one language or be telepathic itself.
Okay.
As a bonus action, you're speaking telepathically to a creature.
Okay.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
And you're allowing her to speak back?
Yes.
This is weird. You can hear me?
I'm Astra.
She's like just completely dumbfounded right now. I'm Nat.
Hello, Nat.
She like signs back to you, and then you also hear the word hello at the same time.
Can you not speak physically?
She's just like,
Did the gods rip away your voice?
no, I can talk. It comes out, for you it's clear, but to everybody else in here, it sounds like muddled and clipped. It's practiced, and then you hear in your mind, I'm deaf.
I'm a druid,
First time.
and I'm also able to speak to people in their minds.
This is weird.
Is
She's starting to find a little bit more purchase. Well, what are you doing here?
this?
And you can see that she's like signing to both of her friends at the same time. We're like trying to pay attention to you guys, but also like glancing at the hands like
I
this.
think that Astra would be communication accommodating as much as she can, and being like, this is our new house. This is our new house.
This place was abandoned.
Yeah, but we got a deed.
So,
I don't know.
what's going on?
She's
You want to clue us in? Right. Welcome to our new house.
She says, "Oh, I'm Nat."
Oh, it's very nice to meet you, Nat. I'm Rin.
She's deaf.
Right.
Hey, can you read lips?
You can see that she was looking at one of her companions while you were speaking to her. Nice to meet you, Rin.
Not Percy. We were Astra. I do gotta ask. The fire thing.
I don't know.
That's not particularly normal.
I didn't mean to. I was feeling the energy. It just came out the wrong way. But I didn't feel
At this
bad.
point,
Do you all play here often?
the smaller fat one has come up to you, and it's kind of like tugging on your sleeve.
And just like blah blah blah, and it became like.
You guys own this place now?
Yeah. We're planning on fixing it all up.
We can't play here anymore.
Oh yeah, you can. You can play here if you want.
We can?
Yeah.
He starts like signing very quickly, and Nat just kind of like looks a bit happier, and even Squidly. He's like, "Yeah." And he goes, "My name's Jenks."
Oh, very nice to meet you, Jenks.
And that Squidly.
Jenks the wizard,
Yes.
Nat the fighter,
She looks at the nods.
and you're.
A ranger.
Right.
With another
Wait,
arrow.
Is,
As
does
you
the
bat it out of the way.
Does the white cat belong to you?
White cat.
I saw a white cat here yesterday.
Ain't no white cat here. This does.
So where's your pet, little ranger?
I need a pet.
You need a pet.
told
You do need a pet.
I need a pet.
Every
There's-
good ranger has a pet.
There's a white cat around you.
I saw some rats here earlier. Maybe that'll be my pet.
Whatever suits your fancy.
What are you guys gonna do with the place?
We're gonna fix it up, right?
We can help.
I run outside and immediately call for rocks.
Oh yes. To
Takes
remind
a minute,
everyone.
and then you realize that Rox is like all the way on top of the manor, and has found breakfast, and you like little bits of acorn have like dropped down in front of you as he like starts scrambling down. One of them like completely falls out and just like lands in your hand, and he comes up and he's just got half a pouch full.
Oh, Rox, you're so sweet.
To remind everyone, Rox is Astra's pet squirrel.
He hangs out. She hangs out. They hang out.
Tail flicks in aggravation, but otherwise.
I seek to impress Little Ranger with my pet.
Ah! You brought me a pet! He goes to grab it.
How does Rox independently react to this?
Just jumps off of you, goes back out the door. You can hear him barking. You hear they barking. And it clearly intends to get across its displeasure at this theatric. Picks up the acorn that it had dropped, now noticing it's cracked, and then like jumps back up and starts climbing the wall.
Okay, cool.
It's like, well, that pet didn't last very long. I'll have to go find another one. He lifts up his eye patch. Where would a rat be in here? And he starts getting down on his hands and knees and crawling around.
There were some upstairs.
We can go upstairs. That's great. That's great. Thank you.
No,
And he goes-
no.
He
You won't
runs
be
out
able
the
to
door.
fit. I run after them.
Won't be able to fit.
Upstairs.
They can go to the second floor.
They can't go to the second floor because I live there for one.
Oh.
But for two, they can't make it to the third floor.
Right.
Which is what I was referring to.
Okay.
Also, I don't
Or
want to have to
Bob
take
Lee.
care of a kid that gets bit by a rat or stung by a warden. Also, but when you guys get
Let
back,
him live his life, alright?
They can live their lives.
Speaking of, I didn't tell you there's kind of a nest.
A nest.
There's a little.
We can get rid of the nest.
No, I don't think so.
We can help clean.
Yes.
Yes.
You can.
Yes.
You want to help us fix this place up?
Absolutely. You said we can play here and maybe we can get some food here from time to time, right?
Yeah,
Maybe.
absolutely.
If you open up a business, we can go tell all the people where the business is and they'll come here.
Of course.
Yes.
We could always use more help around.
You'd have to wear matching shirts.
Jinx realizes that his outburst was like a little bit uncharacteristic for him in the excitement that he like kind of pulled back a little bit. And she's like, this is neat.
Well,
Nat signs to Jinx and Jinx says, what would you like us to do? Sleep? Rob? Chase rats?
let's start with the downstairs first.
Sweeping sounds like a good plan to me, but really whatever you find fun. We have someone coming by later to help with the woodwork.
Okay.
Dusting, sweeping.
Would you happen to have
This is more of a your thing.
food for breakfast? We're kind of hungry.
Eerie? Yes. Extra? No. You came home to a dirty home.
I was never much one for, you know.
Oh, I don't want to cast. You don't have
Did they ask for food? Is that what you
Yes.
said?
Yeah.
Oh, do we have any leftover breakfast? Where did we get breakfast at, by the way?
Yeah, take us to a breakfast place and we'll feed you.
That's a good plan.
Yeah, I know the spot. Sure.
I'm ready.
Breakfast with the kids.
I'm ready for Happy Meal.
So Nat leads the way, and Jinx, as you guys are walking out,
Close the door behind us.
he yells, "Hey, Squidly, we're gonna go see Skull!" And you hear a voice back, "Skull? You're getting food from him? I'm coming!" And he comes leaping and taking the stairs like 3 at a time, and he jumps like the last 5. And like comes scraping, he like almost loses his balance, like, yes! And then he like runs up to the front of the house.
Now I'm excited for wherever we're going.
The question is, do we need cleaning supplies, or can we make it all the way to the top of the thing and pull down the cleaning supplies?
I think Robert was saying the cleaning supplies, if they were kind of beat up. So we probably need to purchase some cleaning supplies while we're out. Errands, morning errands.
Ugh,
I think we can
sounds like a
talk
double
with
take.
our.
The three are kind of like somewhat separated by about 5 feet or so. They're just like all talking to each other, and,
Wait.
like super excited
What
as
were you
they
saying,
lead you
Ryan?
to this a stall.
Cleaning probably falls under one of the things that we can sort of outsource also
Okay.
when we talk to the guy who's coming to fix up the place.
Oh, okay. Let's make them look.
We're gonna outsource hire these small children, and they're gonna be our hard labor for the whole cleaning of this entire place.
It's just a short walk, slightly down the street. You see a stall that's kind of present. It wasn't there yesterday, and you see a lizard folk standing behind the stall, and you see a weird array of like assorted baked goods. You think they're breads, but they seem a little less soft. Think more like pretzels, but in the shape of loaves.
Pretzel loaves.
Nice.
You also see a softer, like paler, yellowish sort of dumpling sort of thing that's kind of like in a platter off to the side, and he is hawking his words. Come to Skull's breakfast. Get your food here.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, yes, our food.
Okay.
Lizard folk.
I'll have 3 of your finest food, please.
Would you like the pretzel bread or the chicken dumplings?
Yes.
Very well. And for y'all,
Before, I'll take 3 of the pretzel bread, then. Wait.
you notice, sorry, Jake's pulling on me.
I quick to Nat. What would you like?
Just anything is fine.
But you get a choice.
You kind of get the feeling that she hasn't eaten in quite a while.
What do they want?
So the 3 finest things that I'm getting from Skull, I'm just like, when he hands it to me and I'm handing over money, I'm just handing it down to the kids as she's kind of like talking to them.
Jenks's eyes are like just saucers. He's just like, really? And he quickly takes it, just like double fisting, just like big chicken dumpling, and like juice is just running down his arm. Just bites. You can hear the crunch of the pretzel bread.
Gross.
Oh, this is so good.
So,
Nat timidly takes hers and hands the dumpling to Jenks.
I'll take 3 pretzels. 6 pretzels. How much is that?
That'll be 3 shards.
And then I'm just kidding.
Oh no. I hope you have 3 shards on you.
Yours is 3 shards as well.
Okay.
Wait. I ordered 6.
Yes.
Okay. 3.
It is 5 nibs per item.
So, do you have like a packaging that I can put these in? Like a wrap? For later, for them.
He pulls out a small cloth. Been a while since I've seen somebody take a liking to the kids. It's nice, it's healthy for them.
We just moved in.
Oh, well, welcome.
Old troll school, man.
What do you mean?
They're urchins. And Squealy says, yeah, but we're gonna be famous ones. And he pulls up his eye patch. Just you watch.
Just like me?
And then the eye patch goes back.
Not to be rude, can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure. You wish to know.
Why are the urchins?
The urchins in every city.
Why do people call them urchins?
They tend to not have a place to be other than where they are.
Is that a bad thing?
Don't see anything wrong with it.
Then
The world
why did
happens
you
as the
say it
world
in a
happens.
negative tone?
There was no negativity. I was merely remarking that it's nice to see someone care for them.
So, are you here every morning?
Most.
How much in advance do I have to pay you so you feed them for a week?
For a week? Two dragons. Get a small discount.
Alright. And that's breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
I can make it work.
2 dragons a week?
Sure.
Percy?
Yeah.
2 dragons a week to feed these children.
Sounds like a fine deal.
I'll make sure there's other foods to have.
Other than pretzels, that's nice.
And there's dumplings. I'm very proud of them.
They look delicious.
They are.
Oh, when I was their age, I would have killed for a pretzel cart.
Yeah, you do know that.
Heck yeah.
You do know that one, these kids would treat this like definitely as a delicacy. I mean, it's good food. Like
Yeah.
it's not bad food for them. This is not your standard fare of food. Like you could go to the ward south of here, and they would immediately prices would drop. You're fighting prices in the north ward, so it's going to be more expensive.
So I tell him not to tell the arrangement to the kids. Like I pull him aside and having this conversation rather than.
I think that this guy seeming at the very least non-hostile towards the kids is a pretty big part of the decision making.
Yeah. Less about the prices problem and more about the, hey, he has at least a modicum of investment in the welfare of these kids, so heck yeah.
Cool. And then I will arrange payment every week at the castle bank.
Or,
Would want to hand that to him probably.
we could probably just like bring over them. If it's once a week, like that's not going to be a problem. If we head out for a big bunch of time, then we can arrange more advance payment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Cool.
But
Sweet.
Also, with the idea of he has to. You mind asking them if they've been good that day?
Sure. I wouldn't know if they're lying to me, though. I don't pick up on those things.
It doesn't really matter. It's the thought.
Very well. Should I withhold the food if they haven't been?
Give them less. Yeah.
No, not at all.
You can see that his scaled face is trying to work out what's going on.
He doesn't pick up on those things very well.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't say much more on the subject. So if you push, then you
I will try and do your
Definitely
wishes.
Less. Yes.
Anyways,
Dragons. For the week. Are you maintaining that for me?
Oh yeah, I'll
I
mark it
had
down.
something to say. I don't remember what it was
We
now.
don't. You can take it from me.
I'll put it in my loot box.
Thank you.
Are you taking it out of your money right now, or am I taking it out of mine?
I'll let you maintain it, and then we'll deal with it
Okay.
afterwards.
Okay.
Percy, purse.
Percy with the purse.
Percy, big old money bags. Percy.
he takes the kids aside and says something that you guys can't quite hear. But if you had to guess, he was setting up for when they can come and where they can find them and where they can get their food.
Percy?
The three come back to you a very short time later, just eyes me. He's gonna feed us meals every day. We can help. We can be around here. Yeah, let's help you guys. Let's go. And they start running back towards the manor. Just worked up into a food fuel-filled frenzy.
Fuel-filled frenzy.
I imagine that at some point, once we get this place up and running, it'll probably transition to us feeding them. But maybe we'll see. We got to figure out at some point how this whole thing's gonna work, right? There's all these great shops with great food nearby. I almost feel like we could outsource, because we have two options, right? Like, we could cook our own food, right? We could hire a chef, or we could outsource to the local businesses and help fuel the economy of the nearby shops and sell their food at our place.
Hashtag support local business.
Yeah, exactly. Hashtag small business Saturdays. Support your local. Anyway, there's probably even a local grocery and stuff like that.
First, we should probably get all the rotten wine out of the cellar.
Yes.
Fix the windows.
I'm just thinking long term here, right?
Percy.
Yes.
Has Ren always been this dreamy?
You know,
That's a little more Colin being dreamy than Ben being dreamy, alright?
Hey Ren, you want to see a fun card?
Sure.
It's the one I pulled first for the day.
I can't see that with my eyes.
It's the beggar card.
Yep, that was, The beggar card, huh? That's incredibly topical.
The urchins have moved their way down the street, and you can hear them vaguely say, "Oh, they're back there!" And
It's okay, I showed it.
they dip into the manor in front of you guys. You can see them moving into the manor as you guys round the corner of the street, and you do see another high elf standing, kind of in the middle of the steps that lead up to the front of the house.
All right, we approach our contractors.
When you get close, you distinctly hear the sound of sweeping inside, not knowing where they found those brooms.
You know, I'm not gonna worry about it too much.
powerful wizard conjured them.
Yeah. Jenks, the powerful wizard.
We're gonna come back to Fantasia. The sorcerer and with the brooms just going, yes, my life.
Except instead of invisible magic, it's small children that are doing the labor for free. Yep.
They're getting paid with food.
Yep, we are giving them food for their services.
Anyway, we approach the high elves.
Yep.
All in good.
High elf.
All in good faith.
You must be the new tenants. Ben Rave at your service. and he gives you kind of a sloppy bow.
Hi,
I
elf.
attempt to bow back.
How do you spell his name?
Benrahve.
H-V-E. Benrahve.
You're an elf.
Yes.
Do you come from the forest?
No.
Where do you come from?
From Waterdeep.
You're from here.
Yes. Pleasantries aside, I have been told by my good friend Tally that you are in need of a solicitor.
Here we are.
Very well, I can see. You mind if I have a look around?
Absolutely, yeah.
Sure. Let's start with the fact.
Absolutely do mind.
Absolutely do.
Let's start with the fact that the main entrance to the living quarters is boarded. Might we remove those?
Yeah.
I'll remove them.
Okay. I'll peek around downstairs while.
Sounds good. There are two things just to note. There are some local kids who should be probably playing around,
Oh, yes.
and there's also a spectrally fellow who likes to reboard some of the doors when it's closing time. and whatnot. Just so you're aware.
Also, there's
when
hornets nest
when you say the ghostly
upstairs,
fellow,
rats.
Squidly pops out and he's like, "Yeah, there's a ghost that haunts this place, and they're gonna take care of it. They're gonna kill it, and then we're gonna have a
No.
yeah." And he
No,
ducks back
no.
inside.
No. He's our friend. We would like to keep him.
Also, I was this close to ordering a drink to scare the kids off.
Ordering it. Oh.
And so Benrahve like walks downstairs and takes a look in and like, oh,
You can get rid of the pest, but the kids and the ghost are not pests.
the ghost. Sure, I'll keep my eyes out, I guess. And he walks in and goes through a rather thorough inspection of the place, and he opens up the trapdoor. And he's like, oh, I already know what that's in need of. No need to go down there. Very well. Upstairs then. He goes by whoever's leading him to where you were pulling the boards off or whatever.
I'll do that.
And he takes a step in. Oh, is that? He's pointing to the rubble. Can you get up that?
It's not passable by humans.
Oh, for shame. Well,
Yeah, we're kinda
that means we
waiting
need a whole host of services.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
So like if we had like a ranger friend or a druid friend that could get up, does it make a difference?
Oh, I would just want to see up there, but I think I have a feeling that I'm going to find this place is much the same everywhere. I can see that we're going to need to involve several of the guilds here. Let's see, the Glassblowers Guild, yes, of course. And the Woodworkers, yes. Oh, have you visited some of the shops around here? We could perhaps hire them out if they're your friends or not.
We have spoken with Tally. He was the one who recommended you.
Very well, yes. If you want, I can source my own guilds, or you can select from your own assortments if you already have friends.
I don't believe we have anyone in mind, no.
Oh, very well then. Just another quick look, real quick. And he like briefly moves into the room that the cat was in earlier, and you can hear him like shuffling around. He comes back, just kind of. Yep. What y'all need is a cleaning. Okay. Are you ready to hear the list of guilds, or?
Sure.
Yes?
Sure. Okay.
Is this something we should be writing down as players? Or would this be a good...
It's a lengthy list. I'll let you make that decision. But if it is going to be that, then you can just refer to me for the time being. And then you can...
Okay, if you've got the list written down already somewhere,
I
then...
think save the list and then we'll copy the
Yes.
list out later.
Okay. Sounds like a good plan to me.
First, you shall need the Carpenters, Roofers, and Plasterers Guild.
Sense.
Next, you shall need the Sellers and Plumbers Guild. Your privies could use some work. You'll also need the Guild of Glassblowers, Glaziers, and Spectacle Makers. You will need the Guild of Fine Carvers, or the sign out front, I assume. Next, you will need to make several deposits for services. It is up to you when you wish to do that, but very typical, you will need the Dung Sweepers Guild to come and clean up the dung on the streets that are nearby, and also to empty your privies. You will need the Launderers Guild for most establishments. especially on these streets. You will need the Loyal Order of Street Laborers. They clean up most everything else that the dung sweepers miss. You don't want to litter on your streets, though we do take pride in not littering. It still happens. You want somebody to pick that up. You must pay for it at your establishment. You will need the Stable Masters and Farriers Guild. They will help ensure that most of those things are in proper workings, and should you ever want to house, for example, the posts outside, the horses and other such things that would come and visit your establishment, and have a nice place for them to set up their things while they partake in your wares. That would be one thing. The other thing you will need supplies. I noticed that there was a tavern downstairs. You're seeking to make it operational again?
I believe so.
Yes,
Very
we
well.
haven't discussed the details, the finer details yet, but it is most likely in our plans.
Then you will need the Fellowship of Innkeepers. You will probably also want to join them, otherwise you might find it quite obnoxious here. You can hear a little bit of disdain in his voice. Next, you need the
Why
vintners,
is that?
distillers, and... Huh?
Why do we have to join them before it becomes obnoxious?
Because if you are not in the guild, then you are out of the guild. Thinking that he's kind of like clearly explained why that is important, he continues on. Vintners, distillers, and brewers. You will need them in order to secure your liquors and such. You will also want to join their guild, or you will not be sold things at a reasonable rate by any means. Guild of Butchers. You will want food delivered. They would be a good place to do so. Most people source from Tenant, I know. And then the Baker's Guild. What is
This
a...
hard guild.
The Bakers Guild! Dun dun dun! It's filled with bikers and tough folk. And
What about the street lamp people?
That will be the Loyal Order of Street Laborers. They will outsource to the Glassblowers Guild if any such things are necessary, but most of those things aren't destroyed up here. We're not the Dock Lord.
all of that sounds fine. I'm unaware of the cost of such things.
Okay.
So we want to fix up the entire place, and we want to do it in one fell swoop.
I think getting the establishment in a working order is top priority before getting any services going, far as wine selling and the like.
Okay. If I had to guess, I haven't seen the third floor above yet, but it will take somewhere in the ballpark of 500 to 750 gold. Dragons.
That is doable within our budget.
That should cover most of the repairs. That includes the sign, fixing of all the windows, making sure that all glass fixtures inside the house are corrected, dealing with the plumbing situation down below and above, and also any kind of roofing repairs, and all of structural damage will be assessed and repaired if needed.
That I think
What
would
about-
probably work for us.
What about the furniture?
The furniture?
Is that included?
No,
Basic
no, that is
furniture?
just the repairs.
For the furniture that we already have.
No, the repairs to get the building working.
Yeah.
What
We'd
about the
likely need to
hats?
decide our own design and decorum for our furniture.
Though you know Tally, I would speak to him about that. I don't.
Hats? The matching hats that come with the establishment.
Those are service deposits and suppliers. Those would be separate costs. They are not included in the estimate I just gave. I can,
Also, if you want matching hats, you better take a good look, because this one's not leaving.
if you would like, I can tell you some of the expectations for pricing around those things too, to make sure that you guys have enough.
I think we're mostly fine on furniture and hats. We'll be able to deal with that, cross that bridge when we come to it, I think. But for right now, getting this space to be livable and breathable is...
What about a cat door?
Probably something to take up with,
Carpenters?
yeah, and plasterers, depending on where you want your cat.
Makes sense to me. We can fill them in on the specifics
What
as
about
they do the
spider
work.
doors?
I should let you know that an establishment of this size, spider doors? What? Servicing around an establishment like this is probably going to be just under 200 gold, just as a deposit. You can work out the contracts with them as it is.
And that would be like getting us up and running to...
That would be like opening your business. You need to have a deposit.
So yeah, once we get the place up and running for the whatever to 700-ish gold, Then if we want to start getting into the business side of things, we're going to be looking at probably 200 gold up front, and then some kind of recurring cost to pay for our,
And then you'll also have to
fees
purchase supplies.
Right.
And those things are super variable, and you
Depends
can
on
deal
what
with
we're
those
doing.
like later. But
Yeah.
you can get super cheap. Like you can pay 50 gold for your first set of supplies for brewery, or you can pay 1,000 gold. Like that is all on you guys. What kind of like shelf stock you have? And
Maybe we don't need it. Maybe we're not going to sell liquor in
Who
this
knows?
establishment.
We'll have to figure that out at
Oh my
On our
gosh.
own
We're just gonna
time.
become a Chuck E. Cheese.
Ah, CC's.
CC's Pizza. Jeez.
I just want it to be like super like, welcome to our inn. What would you like? We ain't got no beers, no ales, no meats. Water.
Water and wine.
Water and a free seat.
We sell water only by the barrel.
That's a different kind of business, I think.
so after conducting your business, at some point he's kind of like gotten back into the bar area, and you can see that there's a roughly like the front bar here has been cleaned and polished, and there are 3 mugs that have been put together that have a liquid in it.
Cheers to our new adventures.
Those are probably the kids. That's what I'm
The
assuming.
kids got turned into drinks.
No,
I'm not gonna drink the
fixed
drinks
it.
if they turn into kids.
They
Jake-
cleaned the bar and then put little mugs up.
Like you see Jenks in the corner at this point. He's like, the troll skull ghost is
That was
here,
nice.
and he's holding his wand out and clutching his owlbear.
Oh.
Jenks,
You
he's working with us. He's going to be our new barkeep.
What?
He's a nice fellow,
You
really.
can do that? And at this point, you see your familiar half elf, still dressed immaculately in his vestiges, come out carrying some kind of pitcher, and he pours, and you can smell this like a steamed wine into the mugs.
Cool.
This is not being the swill that we had to drink the first time we arrived. Or is it?
Yeah, he doesn't have
This
new.
is still like bad wine, like spoiled or.
You don't smell spoiled, but like it's hard in here. There's still, you can see that there's a good like 10 feet of cleared patching, and most of the place has been swept.
I assume that it's drinkable at this point, and I drink my. Or I go to cheers. I offer the cheers to my compatriots
It's at least bearable, probably.
to our new life.
Featherdale Field.
It is a very delicious mulled and heated wine.
Ooh. I don't think I've ever had heated wine in my life, like as a real human being.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know what that would even be like.
It's okay.
probably pretty tasty.
It's
Sounds
okay.
really tasty.
You acting like you don't like it makes me think that it's probably pretty good wine.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And this one is rather likened to berries, is the notes that you get from it.
It's okay.
That's why she didn't cast it.
I love it.
He actually stole your good berry spell from you. Used it to infuse the.
Oh, then it would just taste plain.
No, we're gonna make our own
Good
special
berry
good berry wine.
17. Yeah, that's what we're doing. I don't know if you know.
So
It's gonna
hold
do
on.
it's gonna
You're
do
gonna
the taste special.
Is the
can only
high
make 10 of them.
gentleman still here? Like still present and
Yeah.
doing stuff. I turn to him and I know it's probably on the stranger side of things, but once we're going to be looking into making sure there was no foul play or anything in the previous owner's passing, but I believe that he is potentially still interested in serving at the establishment. Is that going to be of any concern for the guilds, or?
Imagine not, but you can talk to the innkeeper and taverns guild.
Okay.
And about any questions you may have. I
mean, he was-
heard of a request like that before, though.
He was probably certified before, so.
He's certified.
Yeah. And he looks at the
Yes.
lift, certified in life. It doesn't include in death. I guess it does.
Oh.
In case of death or disappearance, he loses his wine certification. That's
Yeah.
weird.
You have to reapply and pay the $40 again. Surprise!
All right. Well, dang, guys.
Fantastic.
We've got a plan in motion.
And what was the pricing, just so I can mark it down in my loot box? It was like 500, 500, 750.
500 to
something like that.
750 was his estimate. Having not the ability to see upstairs, he cannot definitively tell you.
Is that something
Still
we're probably gonna go over off stream, figuring out all that
Yes.
specifics? Okay.
Nope.
So-
might now be a good intermission break.
Yeah, now's a good intermission break.
That conversation is probably just like probably up there in one of the most awkward conversations I've ever had in D&D, where it's like, hey, I want a ghost bartender. Is that cool? We could do that, right?
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah, all
Sounds
right.
that sounds like a hard probably.
A solid maybe.
All right, we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah!
Now, welcome back. We're back. We left off. The solicitor was talking business with our companions here, and Lith had just poured them all drinks.
Yes.
We cheered to our new
Cheers.
establishment.
Sometime later, business is occurring. Basically, the solicitor sets up several meetings. It's actually pretty quick. He had a feeling that, from what Tally said and gave him, that he would need to act quick if he wanted to make sure that these things happen. Okay. So it isn't too long at all. You guys are probably like overseeing the children, or maybe even helping them amongst their child labor. Yeah. And one of the first to arrive is going to be a person from the Engineers Guild. Just a second.
So, neither of you know how to do any of this?
Well, I know a few things, but not to the scale that would be necessary here. I've done my fair share of cleaning, but it's a little different when you're cleaning the inside of a cave.
But when we were kids, what'd your mom do again?
Worked a farm?
My parents worked the farm too.
Same as most everyone.
Yeah, but I figured we'd grow into something more, but I feel like maybe we haven't. We didn't really learn any skills.
We grew into adventurers. That was our goal,
I
right?
think maybe our skills just moved away from the humble farm and carpentry life.
From the mundane to the magical.
Something like that.
I mean, I
mean,
still
you can
know.
shoot fire out of your hands. That's pretty impressive.
Not really. I didn't mean to do it. Well, I meant to, but not. Yeah. I can deal with herbalism. That's kind of a craft.
A knock comes at the door.
Go to answer it.
Don't answer.
You open it up and you see a 7.5 foot tall half orc just hulked out of his mind.
Okay. Like, is he actually raging, or is he just a brick shit house?
Just a brick shit house of a man. He's got like it's not clothing from the North Ward. He's got more like a loose, just like white vest. It's got some stains on it from the day's work. It's covered with a leather lace at the top that straps it together over some more tightly fitting pants.
Wait.
And next to him, you see a gnome with extremely, extremely magnified monocles that comes up to about his knee.
Some people much more my fitting type or something like that. It's nice to see some more loose folk.
Yes, I can clearly see you need my assistance. The gnome like walks in after the door is open. So I can at your service.
Beautiful, beautiful.
What a great place. What disrepair? My goodness, the previous people left this for to rot. Yes, you need my services. When do I start?
Were you hired by?
Solicitor Ben Rave.
Yes, he sent me here.
Fantastic.
Yes.
What guild are you with, by the way?
I'm from the Carpenters, Roofers, and Plasterers Guild. I will be taking care of your engineering requirements.
Fantastic.
Did he tell you the rules?
What rules?
The kids and the ghost are.
What? I'll just tell them to move. Ghost? Yeah, whatever. He also mentioned some sort of blockage on a stairwell. I don't see stairs here.
So you go out and around.
Show me. And he-
Walk him up there.
Okay.
When you.
Is this half orc just like silently standing there the whole time?
Yeah, he's like, you see that he's taken up interest in a bird that's nearby the tree. He's just kind of like watching it with perplexity.
He's got the Jenny thinking face on.
Yeah.
He was the one I was addressing initially, but
He
obviously
didn't.
less. Yeah.
Yes, people I can finally relate to. Yes, I am here.
Very much the same.
Yes, relate. To each their own. Everyone's different.
While you show him the whatever, I'm gonna stay in the first floor inn area.
Okay.
The
help
gnome
Percy.
lets you lead the way up the stairs. He's kind of like, for a short man, he's got a very quick walking pace though, and you find yourself like subconsciously like having to keep up with him a little bit. The half-orc is still just kind of like watching the bird, and he like walks to the side and just leans up against the wall and just like folds his arms. And, like he pulls out like a straw of hay, and it just sticks in his teeth and just staring at the bird.
Better yet, I follow, and I stand next to the orc.
Okay.
I just continued showing the.
Okay. As soon as he like you get him to the stairwell that has all of its problems, you hear him go, Muscles, get up here! We need your assistance! And the half-orc like pushes himself up from the wall and begins trudging towards the stairs.
Are you two just like following the half-orc the whole time?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I'm doing that, like, I'm there, but I'm, like, giving you your space to, like, be
I'm not.
you, and you're not.
Oh yeah, no, keep cool. Oh, he's gonna hate.
So, can you repeat the name of the small one?
Salkev.
Hammerdinger.
Salkav?
Yes. S-O-U.
Oh, God, Robbie, nothing is spelled the way things are spelled.
K-A-E-V.
S-O-U
K-A-E-V.
K-A-V-E
E-V.
E-V.
Sounds like a curse.
No. S-O-U-K-A-E-V.
K-A-E-V. Okay, yep. Who's a gnome.
Yes.
Gnome engineer. And Massels,
Muscles.
the half-orc
Spelled A-S-T-R-A.
muscle. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna have to rewrite that. Anyway. You can go ahead.
Okay. During this time, he's taken out an instrument of some kind of like measuring in nature, like calipers and stuff, and has like poked at one of the main support beams that you would, if you had to guess, was like the thing that fell first. Yes. And he takes out a pencil and like jabs it into the wood. It might hold. Muscles, come here. Lift this beam. I might be able to get past. Muscles does as he's instructed. He just like eaves and come on, now ready? The first expenditure of the day. Okay, fine. And he puts his hand out and touches Muscles, and you can see a magic go off and just and he just strains, and you can just see the vinification just like pouring out of him, and just he just picks it up, and
Yes, I think I can make... Don't you drop this on me. I would be squished, and that would not be good for your pay.
and he like pushes through, and before you know it, he's on the other side. You can just faintly hear him going off, and Muscles like sets it down. I hope he doesn't come down quickly. And he's like resting his back teeth, and he's like, oh, that's not stable. I'm gonna go sit over there. He just sits up and just like immediately just winks out. He just closes his eyes and he's going to sleep.
Narcolepsy.
You faintly hear the sounds of a just like raving gnome upstairs pattering softly across your roof. Just,
Oh, God, really here too.
All right, I think.
you faintly hear. You think you hear him scream
Screaming what?
hornets at some point.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about
And rats! Rats in this place!
Well, I mean, those things are to be expected. Yeah, I think I would kind of just let him do his thing. He
Yep.
seems to got it under control.
I'm straight chilling.
I try and talk to him through the floor. Like, you've got it. We're gonna go run some errands.
No. This is fine. We should get started with the business. Muscles, I need your help again.
Sorry.
It's never enough time.
Go.
And he like
I think he's coming down. We gotta.
he strains again, and the gnome just like crawls through and like,
You almost got that on me, didn't you? One of these days you will. Anyways, thank you for letting me live there. That was handy. Anyways, I have a fee, and the sooner you pay it, the sooner we can get started.
Isn't that handled through our solicitor? Is that not handled through our solicitor?
no, you will pay me, and I pay the solicitor.
Oh, that seems mighty inconvenient. And what is your fee?
250 jackets.
Jackets?
Dragons.
Oh, dragons. Okay. So how do we go about paying him?
You would know more about this as well, right? About how this works and if he's swindling us.
I mean,
that is not necessarily something that I would know.
I'm not super worried about him swindling us just because of the like openness of the situation, right? Like it'd be pretty hard for him to come in here and be like, "I'm gonna swindle you of your money," and then get away with it, especially in Waterdeep. I feel like.
Do we feel like that?
I feel like that. I feel like that as a player and as a character.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what the partially at least what guilds exist for.
Yeah. Waterdeep is a pretty lawful city in that regard.
Astra is definitely like, we pay him before we get the goods. Why?
Because otherwise, what if we didn't have the money to pay him?
Half up front.
That's not how it works.
No. The business is done via contract here. It's all very well. Do you imagine that you're going to have a stream of people coming in today? Very well. Muscles, go fetch the Magus that we passed on the way here. They will be needing him, and I will start to draw the contract.
Julie.
Sounds good.
I think we're going to find out real soon that not everyone's Thule.
Everyone is too good.
You can see that he's like set out a very like unfoldable small table, kind of like this almost, actually, just a couple inches in height, and he's pulled out a parchment and he's like poring over it, and you can see it's templatized. It's like got a lot of writing in there already, and he fills in a few of the spaces. It's like, yes, the wall repair, and then they will need the roof, and the support beams definitely need to be going over, and he's just mumbling to himself for a bit.
Is this something that we would actually be able to set up with the bank rather than paying him directly in hand-to-hand gold because he's working with the guilds and contracts and all that kind of
You
stuff?
would know that like standard like on the street gold transfers is not typical or something such as this. You would have reason to suspect that the Magist would take care of those things.
Okay.
What did I say that brought your attention?
Street gold. Jamie's like, hello, you said street gold?
And so in short order, he's like done, and he's got a very long parchment, and it itemizes out like the different rooms and like the things that he's promising to do with them. It's conclusive if you pour over, like that's what
I
it is.
definitely take a moment to look through it just to make sure there's nothing like completely ridiculous in there.
Yeah, for the same reasons that you're like, oh, we wouldn't want to screw this man over. He's very much the same thing, right? He doesn't want to screw you guys over because if he sets a bad reputation for his guild, then he's also kind of screwed.
Right.
Right? It would be better for him to get, spliffed out of a deal than it would be for him to split someone.
Right.
Right? So,
Otherwise, he's gonna end up like Liv,
Right.
who definitely just got assassinated by the Innkeepers Guild.
Yep. Which is why he didn't get his contract renewed.
and in short order, a Magist of somebody you've never seen before, definitely not Thule, shows up
Hi.
and he says, in need of a notary for a contract signing.
What's
Yeah.
your
Yes.
name?
It's me, Salkev, and Salkev Repairs, and these good fine people. Sorry, I didn't get your names.
Rin.
Not a person.
Right. Are you three separate parties, or are you all under one entity? What should I mark down for the listing?
We're not technically under one entity as of yet.
Legally speaking.
Oh,
Legally speaking, yeah.
yeah. Oh, then you have a process to go through yet still. So instead, what we can do is, with the Magistrate's blessing, of course, we'll put down the establishment address, and that would be the
Perfect.
form of due
Works
payment.
fine for me.
Okay, sweet. And he.
That still technically leaves me the option of screwing both of you over and running off with each
IRL, that's not how that works. You need a business name, an LLC. You've got to have legally the paperwork.
You can just make up an LLC name and change it later.
No.
Yeah.
So he quickly writes out the Trollskull Manor and Trollskull Alley.
You just make a new LLC.
Oh, the North Ward. The Magus will come up and ask each of your identification names and to see proof of your citizenship, which you entered or you got upon registering into the city. So he takes the memberships and does some kind of incantation to them, and then marks down essentially what would be penmanship for your signatures, validity, and then lets you each sign the contract. The contract is written up for an exchange of 250 gold split amongst your parties to be delivered to Soulcad Repairs. You can see that it's an even split unless you guys choose to switch that arrangement. They will just pull it from your bank fees, it will draft, and it'll go on from there.
Cool.
It works for me.
What kind of magic do you do?
I just dabble. I know enough to perform my duties as a magist.
Do you know Thule?
No.
Oh.
It's a big city.
It is a big city. There are hundreds of magists.
And we're very far away from the dock ward right now.
What's your name?
Smith.
Smith?
Smith.
Like a blacksmith?
My father was a blacksmith, yes.
And how do you spell?
SMYTH.
With a Z on the end, 420XX.
Is it spelled as it sounds?
Yes.
Okay. SMYTH, got it.
Yeah, S-M-Y-T-H-E.
With a silent E.
The North Ward.
Symmetry.
S-M-I-T-H.
It's actually PSYTH.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, just so we know our regional magister.
Good point.
Alright.
Alrighty then.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I think we sign it.
You guys will find, unless you want to roleplay out the rest of this, your day is consumed by just incomings and outgoings of these different contracts. You end up signing a 100 gold contract with the Cellars and Plumbers Guild.
You want a dish?
I don't want to be here.
You end up signing a 250 gold contract to the Guild of Glassblowers, Glazers, and Spectacle Makers.
Sorry, what was the 100 one to?
It was the Cellars and Plumbers Guild.
Can we pay extra money towards the glass blowers for specialty glass, like stained glass and things like that?
Sure.
Do we have any interest in that?
And do you have interest in haggling with these people at all?
I'd err on the side of not necessarily, unless this is how I kind of imagine this situation playing out, right? Which is Astra gets the fuck out of here and goes and does whatever she wants
Maybe like
for the day.
just like randomly shows up as the glassblower contract is being written up and is like, hey, by the way.
And then it's probably either me and Percy facilitating these contracts. I'm definitely here to help do the hard work of getting through all this. But if you are like taking the lead and want to haggle, I'm down for that. I'm not going to stop you. If you don't have any personal care, I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah, I think in this situation, Percy's definitely the type that would haggle in some situations, but I think something like this is kind of one of those, like, I would so much rather not accidentally piss off one of these people than, like, save 100 gold. So
if it was just you and it was just one thing you were buying, you'd haggle the shit out of these people. But in this particular case, there's a lot on the line, and it's not just your project, and
is there an in and out of like, hey, I'm gonna go run an errand, I'll be right back, or I'll be back in a little bit, and then you're like, hey, I'm gonna go run an errand, I'm gonna be right back. Is there stuff that you want to solo do?
I think I'm here to stick it out for the long haul, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean,
just work through the work that needs to get done.
Definitely more than happy to hang out and take care of the minutia of just like dealing with these people coming in and out. If one of you like tries to go off on an adventure, he would probably recommend someone tagging along also.
I mean, are you just gonna go kind of do your own thing and chill out, or are you
No,
like?
I just want to go I want to go find a tree so I can do a ritual and then come back.
Okay, that doesn't sound like too much of an adventure.
I was gonna do it in the middle of the end, and then I was like, I should probably not. I should go stand next to this orc guy instead of doing some ritual in the middle of the end.
Okay, I think you got it handled.
In which case, mostly just hanging out, getting through the.
But I'd be down to come back and hang out and like.
I imagine it playing out very much like the day starts wearing on and Percy starts getting that like hats off, shirts half unbuttoned, just like, yeah, okay, we're signing here, and then Astra's just like,
It's just like real life.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
You guys mentioned potentially wanting more upscale glass fixtures, like windows and stuff. So the base contract is 250, and it ranges as a slider from anywhere from between 1 gold more to 250 gold more.
So we need to take quick stock of how much we're expecting to pay for this current setup process and how much gold we have. Because if we're like, yeah, 250 extra gold on fancy glass, but then we can't actually pay for.
We're currently baseline at 600 gold. Our overall quote was 500, 750.
Yeah.
In that range.
And I think we have
we as a group have 1830 that we had gotten from that thing, and we bought like a variety of health potions and stuff, so we're probably somewhere around like 1600 gold total.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm down for fancy glass. That's I'm pro fancy glass windows.
We have to come up with an emblem to put in our stained glass.
This is gonna be a process. You gotta build it over time,
so
you know.
can we like preemptively like? Hey,
We want to spend more on glass blowers.
Yeah.
Right. How much though? You said a slider between one
slider
gold.
between 251 to 500 gold.
Right, because it's 250 base. Okay.
I maybe spend like
Extra 100 gold or
100
something.
gold on glass. Yeah.
Cool.
Sounds good.
For some middle range fancy glass.
We may adjust these numbers post
Can we
session.
make them bulletproof?
No.
Okay.
Bulletproof. I mean, all glass everywhere in all of D&D is bulletproof. Because there's no bullets.
No, and also no.
Depending on your setting.
This one has bullets.
Yeah.
Okay, so none of the glass is bulletproof. Alright.
This time, this glass is.
You will note that, okay, so if you're spending an extra 100, your totals just for the repairs were going to come out to 650 because you guys aren't necessarily haggling.
Okay.
It becomes 750 when you spend the extra 100 gold.
Cool.
On the glass.
Cool.
Very cool.
Cool.
There are...
Just for my records purposes, the extra 50 gold that I don't have noted yet, is that just like tips and miscellaneous stuff that comes up, or is there like another like small guild that shows
that
up?
is the
like,
Guild of Fine Carvers.
Fine carvers.
Yes, they are here to make you a new sign,
Nice.
Oh yes.
which is going to... So, canonically, the way that this will have worked is you guys probably spent your... some time during the course of this reconstruction, because the cleaning up of the engineering stuff and the redoing of all the windows, they're going to take out all the windows first and then come back with better windows. You have time to do that. It's going to take several days to get the entire place renovated, not even running. So you would spend some time over the next couple of days talking and discussing what those things would be.
Yep.
Cool.
And coming up with a name.
Yep.
Yes. So let's plan to have that for our next session.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to make a note to come up with the name and what kind of like window design patterns you'd like to have. The next part of the stream is going to be service deposits. They're just deposits to get things started.
Okay.
It's going to be 100 gold for the Launderers Guild, 25 gold for the Dung Sweepers Guild, 50 gold for the Loyal Order of Street Laborers, and 10 gold for the Stable Masters and Farriers Guild. All in all, 100.
Is that a month?
That's just your deposit.
There's a lot of math going on.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
sure we'll figure it out. We got a lot of money.
That's another 185 gold.
No, we don't.
What is money but a material object?
How
right?
much is a horse?
I don't know, like $100.
No. How much does this feed a
Okay.
horse?
Yeah. So the renovations, it's actually going to take place over about 10 days, right? So a full week.
Okay.
That's a pretty fair amount of time to come up with like an actual.
I thought the calendar was a 7-day calendar.
No, it's a 10-day calendar.
Okay.
They are divided into 3 10 days per month, with 12 months being 300 days.
That's what it is.
Yep.
And they have a leap year every 4 or 5?
Every 4 years.
And they have specific days that are holiday days that don't count as part of the calendar. They're on
Yeah,
the
they're on the. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, so your deposits, you do get told an amount of expenses that we'll figure out in the off time. It's gonna amount to somewhere between 50 and 100 gold per week. It kind of depends on, or 10 day rather. It depends on how much like staff you hire and stuff like that.
None.
Then you won't be adventuring probably, or you won't have patrons. One of the two. And then
Don't answer the door.
during those times, you will also draw a profit or loss for your business
Ugh.
as things continue.
It's like a mobile game.
We'll deal with the suppliers during the opening, right? So you guys can feel free to make other purchases you might
we
need
can
to
have
until
an
then.
opening party.
But you'll have an opening that follows the end of the reconstruction, the renovation. You'll need to purchase supplies for that. Just for a brief note, not that you need to write it down and deal with it right now. You will pay the Fellowship of Innkeepers. They basically, it's guild signage and then the stuff that they would bring you to getting your innkeeping stuff working, which includes your tavern. You have the vintners, distillers, and brewers. They are going to supply your alcohol. They can be 50 gold for like a bare set and up to 1,000 gold for some really nice stuff. And then you have the Guild of Butchers. They would bring you your food, and the Baker's Guild, who would bring your other food. Yes.
So we're putting a deposit down immediately.
Yeah,
for that stuff?
you're immediately putting the service
Something else?
deposits down. That's 185 gold.
But not for.
But we're not starting any of the other stuff.
Yeah, we're not going to deal with the
Cool.
supplies until we're ready to do that.
Awesome.
But I said we should throw a party the moment we got told that this place was going to be ours.
That was Erie saying it, not Astra.
I think we need to throw the biggest party this entire North Ward's ever seen.
And then
We'll
one other
see.
one other detail before I forget is that throughout the day that you guys have been in and out, every one of you sees the ghost as the half-elf butler now, not as a ghost anymore.
Cool.
At some point, whoever's still present, like you're in and out or whatever, you're gone. The person who's still around, the kids would around too, like that ghost has a form.
Yeah, he's a pretty nice guy.
Or he's wearing a tux.
This place was hoity-toity, apparently.
There is a. Make sure I can find it here. Yes. At some point, the Magus approaches you guys and says, "Well, now that you're the owners of Trollsfoot Manor, do you care about its history, or are you good with just the
I was
ownership?"
actually kind of curious about it.
He pulls out another paper, and you can see Troll Skull Manor written in a bold title up top. And then, as he unfurls it, you can briefly read before he holds it up and starts reading it. A consolidated reference of the manor's history.
He's gonna hit me with the cliff notes. I like it.
Yes. Owned by Yokuria Stonemarrow, she sold the tavern to go adventuring. Sold it to a family of shield dwarves. They fell in hard times and sold it to a woman named Arissa Mirthkettle. Mirthkettle converted the building into an orphanage. She turned out to be a hag who was cooking and eating the children.
Oh,
It happens.
it happens.
The building was then abandoned for several years, haunted by its horrible reputation. A half-elf named Lift took over the building and converted it back into a tavern. Liff was killed in a terrible accident 40 years ago when one of the support beams on his ale cask broke and collapsed on top of him. A couple named the Morleys bought the property and attempted to reopen it, but the haunting of the property combined with the economic recession which preceded Lord Daggold becoming open lord saw them go bankrupt. The property changed hands several times, but with no serious efforts to occupy it. A small halfling clan named the Colt Bottoms bought the property around 1476 DR. They didn't reopen the tavern using the property exclusively as a residence for until 1484 DR when they moved to Neverwinter. Caught her in the Lord Daggold's dream of rebuilding the city. Caught in the Lord Daggold's dream of rebuilding the city. Most recently, Enoch Froon attempted to purchase the property at public auction, only to be outbid by Volo, Thamp Gedon. I believe he said he was interested in researching its haunted history for his next book. Everything, cliff notes here.
Sounds like it. Surprising that Liff has hung around for so long. Haven't expected that to be a little bit more of a recent thing that happened.
I'm also now interested in the fact that Volo partially gave us this house as collateral for the payment he owed us so that we could do the research into the haunting for him and ask us about it later and still complete his book.
Right.
Yeah.
Sly fellow, that man.
Two ghosts with one holy symbol, as they always say.
I'm not sure that's appropriate in the current context, but sure.
So, we've got 10 days. Is there anything in that 10 days that we could be doing outside of this? Like,
Most of it's probably still like
still managing?
yeah.
Okay, cool.
They're like you're not dealing with just 5 people. You're dealing like 50 to 70,
Yeah.
constantly moving in and out. You do have some times to go around the alleys, like during the day, well, not the alleys, but like your streets, and visit the other shops. But you're mostly nearby because you were barraged with questions. Do you want to keep this? Does everything go? How do you want this fixture put in place? Where do you have a couple options here? What's this? What's this? How do you like that?
I'd like to, during like day 2, day 3, come back to the inn a little scorched.
Okay.
Like fringed hair, clothing, just like a little covered. Be like, I have so much to tell. And then going to sleep, taking a nap.
And then never talking about it again, or?
And we'll see, I don't know. Well, I mean, yeah, I think day 3 or 4, I come back like unscorched.
Ah, yes.
So one of the notable events that happens over this 10-day period is Emic Froon showing up to your establishment while you guys are all present.
He is the sassy elf boy who tried to buy the place and was giving us the stink eye from down the street.
Okay.
Correct.
And I mismentioned, he is not an elf, he is a human.
It's hard to tell at a distance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Elves
that's
and
fair.
humans, basically.
He just has big ears.
So he'd approach. Y'all the ones buying this place? Can't believe it. You can't afford this place. You shouldn't even try.
Oh, and
We
who are
buying
you?
that place.
Emic Froon, outbid by a stupid,
Yeah.
egotistical peasant.
Who?
I don't know his name. All I did was just pay more money than I did for this place. This place should have been mine.
Why?
Because I wanted it.
The gods didn't wish it so.
That's had nothing to do with this. Money and coin did. He simply could put more together than I could at the moment.
You're funny.
I mean, there is quite a lot to be said about keeping your assets liquid.
Listen, I've been trying to set up an establishment here for years. You can't just walk in off the street and suddenly think you'll compete with me.
I didn't. I walked from the forest.
Listen, lady, I don't know where you're from. It doesn't matter. You're not gonna make it here. I'll make
Then
sure
come
your
with
business fails. And he stomps off.
Where are
What
your
a
shoes?
upset fellow. Perhaps we could show him some hospitality and turn his mind around.
I pause for a solid 2 or 3 seconds when you say show him some hospitality, and I'm like, Oh, yeah, right.
What do you mean? Oh no, you just mean show them some hospitality. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
You hear the thing where, like, I look at you and you hear the dice rolling in my head, and you get like a not great on my inside.
No, you ruined it. We were gonna get through this whole entire session without rolling any dice, Ryan.
Legitimately, I was fine with show him hospitality. It turned his mind around. I'm like get in the brain and.
Yep, just the other way around.
I mean, wait,
It might be backwards.
I don't
We just
have a
need
piece
to-
of human brain yet.
It's getting a little bit.
Okay. So do you guys patrol the alley or the street at all? What do you do with the few moments of spare time that you have?
Catch up. We haven't seen
Yeah.
each other in fucking 10 years.
For sure. I
Definitely.
mean, things have moved pretty fast since we got back into the city.
Spend some time together, hang out.
No, this is just.
I was just like,
Going.
what is that? When did that happen? I am so inspirational. Right.
So, what happened with that whole.
That's exactly how it goes, by the way.
Jinx again.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
finished
all of our
sandwiches.
family and friends and people we knew growing up are dead.
Yeah, I mean, I did go back and confirm that pretty much everybody was, yeah.
Deceased.
Anyway,
You went back.
Yeah, I went back. At some point.
I didn't have it. I didn't have the option.
Of going back?
I mean, when I was there, and it sure looked like everyone was dead, and
I was there, and I wasn't dead.
there's no way I could have known.
You looked for me.
I did. I looked for both of you. I looked for both of you for hours and couldn't find either of you. I looked for you until I could barely walk. I thought you were both dead.
When did you go back?
Been a while, I believe it. It took me a good day or so of travel to get back with what I had, but by the time I got there, all the fires were out, but everything was basically in ruins.
Listen, I'm just mostly glad you guys are both alive. I couldn't have imagined that anyone would have lived through that.
Almost didn't. How'd you make it? You were picked up and taken to a monastery?
I woke up.
You? A monastery?
I know, right? Things have changed a little, but I mean, I met some good people. They took care of me.
That's weird. You never met any bad ones.
I mean, I think that deep down, everyone's good at heart, and it's just you have to work a little bit to get to people sometimes.
On the contrary, I met quite a few red assholes, and made it through regardless.
Well,
I got picked up by a group of adventurers that came to town. Apparently, they couldn't find you there either. Regardless of my protest, they called the town of Lofts and took me with them to wherever they were headed. But I left their camp the first chance I had.
Then what'd you do? You look like
Traveled
you
around.
You drink, you smoke, you gamble.
Yep, those are definitely on the list. of
what
things.
happened to sick kid Percy?
You know, it turns out that I wasn't quite as sick as I thought I was. And it was mostly the, just not quite understanding the magic portion of things.
Right, magic powers. Both of you got magic powers.
I mean, speaking of which, I have to show you something.
Oh no.
I use, at some point, I'll walk into the alley and druid form into, like, fucking Badger. And I'm like I'm a fucking Badger!
Okay,
Right?
step one, the druid thing. Dope.
And also, you know how the other day how I went and I cast a little bitty like firebolt and I'm like,
Right.
that happens. So Olo told me one time that I had a fiery like soul, and I believed him, but I didn't. He kept telling me about all these fire gods and goddesses from, and I started like going into like and this and that and
Olo being your mentor that took care of you in the woods, right?
yeah. I mean, he taught me about the gods, and he taught me about the earth and about spirits and souls and life essence and just the way that the world works and doesn't work and maybe works and maybe people and maybe it's like, you know, a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Like, you never know. And then sometimes you're a god and sometimes you're not.
It sounds like our stories weren't too dissimilar from each other.
I wasn't expecting this. One of the last things that he said was that I would find my own way. He was excited for my path and all of this. And I was just like, he's normally being himself. Well, then this happened. And I summon Prometheus for the first time. Ugh. This is Prometheus.
Could you describe to us what Prometheus is?
My wildfire druid, which is a new druid to D&D, or like Wizards of the Coast.
The druid circles.
As an action, you can expend one use of your wild shape feature to summon your wildfire spirit rather than assuming a beast form. And it has its own goody goodness that goes along with it. Yeah.
What does it look like, though?
Yeah.
What does it act like?
So you can summon the primal bound spirit to your soul as an action. It appears in an unoccupied space for like mechanical reasons, and it has to be within 30 feet of you. The wildfire spirit is friendly to you and your companions and obeys your commands. See this creature's in-game statistics, yada yada yada. In combat, it shares my initiative, whatever. But essentially, it's a fire spirit that I summon.
It's pretty cool. How big is your fire spirit?
It is a small elemental.
Okay, so small is so like tiny is like cat size. So it's a step up above that.
It's like gnome size.
It's like gnome size.
Yeah, it's like it's the way that it was described was like if you had a small human child, it would be that.
Okay, so it's like a fire the size of a baby
Yes. Well,
or a toddler.
Or a child.
a
toddler.
child.
Right, a toddler. Okay.
But I
Don't let it play with the other kids.
I mean, what? Come on! Why not?
But it has its own shit and its own like thing, and it's Prometheus, and it has like I explain it to you guys that it has thoughts and feelings and wants and needs. But it's very fire. It started off very fiery and has now become a little bit more contained when I summon
Okay.
him. Also, I try to summon him to like my hand size, and it sort of works, but it's very hard to do.
You know, I've been working on something myself. I haven't quite got it figured out yet, but so one of the things that my master back at the temple, Master Pabu, taught me is about focusing your mind on the world, right, and the troubles of the world. And somehow I'm supposed to be able to focus that like mental something into something else. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but I think I'm getting pretty close. Like maybe in a level or so. So that's what I'm working on, but other than that, I mean, I'm mostly good at climbing things.
Working on that beard, though.
Yeah. I spent a lot of time alone on the mountainside and working in the temples, but kind of secluded from the rest of the world. So all of this, a Waterdeep, it's kind of a lot.
A little different than the Dale lands.
Yeah.
That's true.
And
mean,
pirate ship?
Waterdeep is a little different than most places, to be honest. It's this is quite the city.
Where all have you been?
I'm mostly stuck around the coast. I spent a little bit of time in the Sea of Stars when I was younger, and kind of finding my own. And you know, I've traveled mostly stuck to coastal cities. Didn't stay in one place for too long.
So a lot like Ren's dad, huh?
I don't think quite like Red's dad.
Have you run into him yet?
No.
I haven't run into my brother either.
I wouldn't even know what he looked like if I saw him.
Oh,
So-
come on. He
I
probably
mean-
looks identical to you.
So does any other satyr, I'm sure. Not that I've seen any of them either.
No one has fuzzy feet like you do.
Well, hopefully some other people do.
Oh, we did meet those Minotaur folk the other day.
It's true. Wasn't quite the same, but you know, we got along well enough.
But for the most part, I mean, I learned how to take care of myself. I learned how to have a little bit of proficiency disguising myself, and I know a little bit about taking care of documents like what we've been doing throughout the last couple days. But
Yeah.
Boring.
I think probably at some point,
it has to be done sooner or later.
probably like Rin, you know, part of the temple is keeping a big library of records, and some of those records would involve maps of a lot of Faerun. So we could probably like reminisce over like, I've seen some of the places you've been on a map but never been there. That's so cool. Tell me about this place or that place.
Right.
That goes on.
I'll definitely be able to recognize that holy symbol.
Yeah, you would have seen. It's definitely not something that he keeps like super prominently out, but definitely would have noticed it at some point or another. Yeah, I mean it's so I mean everyone's kind of got their own things. My thing, for one, you could call it a sort of part-time job. One of the things that I do is some volunteer charity work at
Yeah?
one of the local churches.
That doesn't sound like you.
How do we know?
It's not quite as
I mean-
charitable as it would seem all the time, but it is nice to
Church?
have.
Or you?
It is nice to have another persona to just in case things get hot
Right.
around in the bars. Not like that. But I do have some connections that let me physical people connections, but also just general. I mean, y'all can probably tell. I do like I cast like a prestidigitation to like conjure a card or something. My main forte is the realm of the arcane, and then I do like a thaumaturgy wind gust or something in the other hand, and but I also have some influence from elsewhere, so to speak.
So, specifically, your symbol to Timura, right? Is what we may have gotten a glance of at some point.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so My temple, it worshipped Ilmater. I don't know much about Timura. What does she stand for?
Can I make a history check or a religion check? I want to know about your god
Make a
to the
religion
best
check.
of my ability. And I know about your god. 20.
You have read several passages from some religious texts with Olo.
I give major partials.
Major partials. What does
So
that
it's
mean?
like if we were talking about Tyr, it'd be like, yeah, he's like a brother to this god who's also the same in this religion, and like they jumped into hell and like came back.
The
and was
Colin
like,
There was this one time that Timura was just one god and then like became two gods.
and then they ate that one's baby, and it was like they
didn't
were
eat any
like,
babies.
oh,
But basically, yeah, like first we'll give the general rundown a little bit, like begrudgingly.
Okay.
But like it's sort of like I mean, it's not really that important. She's kind of she's a trickery domain. Like she's kind of a Lady Luck figure, and then like she pops in, just like spouts off some stuff, and then every now and then it'll be like, well, actually, it's pronounced Bashaba is the other one.
well, I mean, the question is, do you feel it, like in your
To the best of my knowledge, I'm not necessarily, from the people that I've spoken to, the clerics and whatnot, they tend to feel that sort of connection. My powers mostly just come from myself, with a slight leaning one way or the other.
One more question.
Uh-huh.
What happens when you die?
Assume the same thing that happens when anyone dies.
Oh, no, that's up for contention.
Oh yeah?
I'm not entirely sure on that one quite yet.
Yet?
Sure, I'll figure it out
You
sooner or
haven't
later.
died yet?
No.
Have you?
Have you?
No.
Okay.
I haven't either, just for the record.
Olo died and then came back. I think. Maybe a few times.
That's mighty impressive.
All right.
It does happen.
Your banter takes course over several days worth of time. Like in one sitting, it just takes 72 hours later. You guys get up. I'm starved.
Oh,
So hungry.
Same
God.
here.
Sick of you guys.
I can't talk anymore. My throat's dry.
The privy breaks were awkward. Why do we all have to go in there and keep talking?
If anyone is a bathroom door talker,
That one. Jeez.
All right.
Listen, Astra's not shy. It's natural. It's a part of it.
At some point, you guys, you probably develop like a working relation with what was the name I gave? Benravi,
Tally.
to like oversee affairs while you guys are going. He's getting his own percentage of the stuff that's being paid around. That's what solicitors get, and so he would be very well to conduct business for you guys if you wanted to step away. Probably about 7 days into the process. You can see that you've gotten access to the 3rd floor and the 4th floor again.
cool.
That was cleared up probably just yesterday, essentially. It took a while, mostly because it was the care they wanted to give. They wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to collapse anything on top of them. Extricating the rubble is a very
That's
precarious
how Liv
endeavor.
died.
Yeah. They like the Plumbers Guild had most of your basement pumped of its remnants in the first couple days, and there's been a lot of cleaning that's been going on. You do notice that Lift tends to take very good care of the bar, but tries not to be seen. So he's not really seen during the day, but usually when you guys wake up and you go down to the bar,
There's a beer waiting for you.
A
there's
glass of water. I feel like, well, okay.
like another piece of the bar has been just been polished. He probably spent like the entire night taking down a single section and working oils into it and stuff. He's been using like No, he's been using oils that like the crews have been leaving behind, and then every single day the kids are in and out. They spend a good amount of time. They've been like going around town. They'll tell you other tales of like, yeah, we went and talked to Mr. Embrick today, and we told him about you guys opening up, and he said that you should come by and see him at some point when you guys get the chance. But he understands that you're busy currently. Bye. And you'll see him like sweeping, or like every now and then you've seen them actually with Lith, and they've been like scrubbing, and he's been teaching them how to polish and stuff.
I'd like to play fight with them occasionally. That's my only like.
There's plenty of play fight time mixed in with all their activities.
Sweet.
And they actually seem a bit more energetic each and every day, as they now have a steady source of food that's taking care of them.
Yay. Probably towards this point. Well, our money's only gonna last so long.
We are.
What's the next plan?
Look for some employment. And Percy like flips out a little book and is just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah.
I look.
What kind of like food expenses are you taking care of over the course of the 7 days of
This is where that thing that you were talking about would come into play, of like, you've spent an extended period of time living a particular way, of like, what is your tier of living?
I'm a good berry for life person. Every morning I cast good berry, unless they say otherwise.
Okay.
And offer that up as, since we're spending a lot of money.
Community good bear.
I mean, these are the equivalent of ramen. They're free.
Character personality wise, Rin floats very heavily between like fasting level, no food, doesn't need anything to survive, to extravagant, luxurious, try everything once, eat at every restaurant. And so probably averages out to somewhere in the middle. I don't remember all the tiers, but it probably makes sense to be like, I don't know, are they weekly fares or like, I don't know if a gold per week makes more sense than a gold per day. Like a gold per day seems like a lot.
If you're trying the cuisine like up in the restaurants to the northeast, it's about a gold per day.
Okay. So probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2 to 3 gold a week, maybe for a 10-day, right? 10 days to 3.
Comfortable is 2. Lifestyle is price per day.
Okay.
Comfortable is 2 gold.
Per
Modest
day.
is 1 gold. This is say.
You sure that's not per week?
I don't know.
In any case, of your prices that you're giving, I would say probably 3 gold a 10-day is likely what I'm spending for myself.
Okay.
Anti-shopping, anti-money, anti-whatever, unless given the opportunity.
If you're not
invited.
purchasing clothes or anything like that, it's probably going to be like 5 shillings or 5 shards for the week in order to take care of things like certain cleaning supplies and whatnot.
I probably float around the same. It was like 2 or 3 per week, you said?
Yeah, I said 3 per 10
Yeah,
day.
I think 3 per week is probably around the area where I float also, where it's just like, you know, probably on occasion going out to like try some of the new things, but definitely Percy is a money-minded individual, and so wants to live comfortably because he has earned that life for himself for the most part, but also is aware of if crunch time hits, he's more than willing to good berry on the weekends or something.
Whereas on the other hand, for me, it's like I'm used to living on essentially nothing or near to nothing, and I'm mostly spending money to experience stuff rather than like because I feel like I want it or earned it or need it or anything like that.
Right.
It's like, we're here, like this stuff's here, enjoy yourself. I'm gonna go try this food and stuff, but like on any given other day, I might just eat bread and water for the whole day.
Processed.
Okay, Rook.
I'm just saying, the most natural it comes from the world, earthly, magical goodness. That
Where
looks
do
like it's
good
been-
berries come from? Do they have any material components, by the way?
Mistletoe.
Yeah,
Oh, so you're literally turning mistletoe berries into
good berries.
Magic mistletoe
magic.
berries.
Okay.
Tasteless, bland nourishment.
Perfect.
That's so you. All right.
Wow, tasteless and bland in every way, you guys.
All right. So the other time can be spent getting to know your neighborhood if you wish to do so.
Like a good neighbor, we are here now.
You guys have had to travel it a few times looking for food and stuff like that. As you've traveled, you've seen multiple establishments that would have caught your eye. You would have realized that the short few minute walk that it would take unperturbed, not in crowds, not at risk of being stolen from, like there's the woodworker, you've seen like smiths and stuff like that, would be far more beneficial than having to travel to somewhere like in the castle ward, to the trading district in the castle ward, or even to the market district. Now, if you had something a bit more peculiar or more rare, then you could go to either of those places to kind of get some further advancement. But for your general everyday things, this is a much easier, quicker, and
I'd like to check out whoever the kids recommended, and I'd also like to eventually make our way to the Enclave.
Yeah, I missed what they were recommending. Were they recommending a food option?
no.
So they were talking
Said
to a
Emmerich wants to
guy.
see us.
Yeah, they were talking to a guy saying like, "Oh, we met these people, and they're in town, and they're awesome, and they're doing all this stuff, and they're fixing up to Trollskull Manor." And he's like, "Oh, that's nice. You just send them to me."
Okay. What was the name of that person?
His name is Embrick, Embric.
Close enough.
Thanks, Embrick.
See you later, kids.
Huh?
So we have the Emerald Enclave as a lead to follow. We have Embrick as a lead to follow. And we also have the good old Tavern Bulletin Board. We'll go grab a quest, go get some gold. What are you guys feeling?
I don't have a preference as a player. Any of those options.
I'll actually give you a few things that you've seen. You have the bent nail.
Which I have it's the half elf carpenter's shop.
Yeah. So your normal direction of travel is going to be to go up North Street, which is going to be the Trollskull Alley. The southern street is where most of the entrances to these places can be found, though the ones that are on the north side of the street as well also have entrances there. So if you imagine it kind of like a railroad crossing, right, with the rails in between, you are the center rail, and then you have kind of spaced out separately the different points of interest. So on the bottom right, so if you guys are the center, right, if you were to go to the southeast, that's where the bent nail is. So he's along the south street, and just across from him, you guys see a place called Steam and Steel. This is the smithing that is occurring. This is where Embrick is. Directly south of you guys, like as you exit the street in the front of your establishment and you look left, you see Corallin's Crown. You know that it is an apothecary.
Okay.
I'd like to go there eventually.
Um,
Anything that's religious, anything that has to do with herbs, anything that has to do with poisons, druids.
So this thing is a stately 3-story house, and you can see that its 3rd story is converted into a greenhouse. You can see vines and flora and fauna, literally like in the 3rd story.
That's
from the
cool.
street. And then let's see. Just down the street, like so across the alley from you, if you go down the North Street just a little bit, you see what is just a normal residence, except you see just unremarkable, except for a sign that is orange and black, and it features a cat's eyes.
Is it a white cat?
It's just it's cat's eyes.
Just eyes.
No, not interested.
Okay.
I start to leave little snacks out for kitty cats, by the way.
You attract rats back to the.
Yeah. And then the cat. Oh, okay. Roll a 20. Cat takes a liking to it. You have a stray cat that comes to your house every day looking
Yes,
for its
what
scraps.
can we name him?
Stray cat.
Oh no.
What are we gonna name him?
I mean, it's your cat.
no,
It's our cat?
No, we gotta name the inn first.
We gotta name the inn before we name the
Then we'll
cat.
name the cat.
Cat quickly.
Yeah. We turned it into a cat. Yeah.
I don't.
That cat has tormented Rox a little bit.
That's perfectly fine.
Okay. Rox manages to get away.
Rox is tough.
Cats are cats. Squirrels are squirrels. They do as they do.
Yeah, but sometimes the squirrel stops getting to be the squirrel
Well,
when the cat gets to
no.
be the cat.
But I don't have a preference in this mission at all.
Personally, I'm leaning towards going to see the Emeraldante. If that's something that we have time to do, presumably. I know we were kind of like thinking about keeping it tighter in.
Well, so, do you mean like session-wise or like?
Well, as far as like we're not really like getting far out of our neighborhood.
So I was thinking like after the week of us
Right.
really needing to be here, and right around the time when you said that Ben Rabe was kind of starting to maybe be able to take over a little bit more, so we get some more freedom to leave.
Yeah.
Around that time.
Probably not while the reconstruction's happening, because the invitation was to the southern ward.
Right.
That would be an entire day, maybe more, depending on how you're choosing to get there and stuff.
That makes sense. In which case, probably just going around to see what Emmerich was talking about. I don't think we have. Like, there's nothing major that I'm looking to talk to Tally about currently until we're like starting to look into furniture and stuff like that, furnishings.
Yeah, no, I've got my eye on trying to find, like, we're here to be adventurers, right?
Uh-huh.
Like,
An
that's
adventure.
still in my mind all the time, every day while we're working on our shop, like, that's a thing, and that's very important to me, but, like, we're also here to be adventurers. And we went on one adventure, and I'm really itching to go on another one.
That's totally fair.
So I'm keeping an eye out for some questions.
Amusingly, you find adventure because the very last building that's of note, that's not of residence, is an actual business, is called Bookworm's Adventure.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That doesn't really count, Robert.
It counts. It's an
It technically
adventure.
counts.
I'm in there. I love it.
It is a bookstore of which the front is adorned with a charming sign of a gold dragon curled around a treasure hoard of books and scrolls.
Okay.
I want to go on each of these places.
And Bookworm's Adventure, everything's spelled just how it sounds, except worm is written as in wormling, like W-Y-R.
Nope, too late. We can't go back. That's great, though. It's a great pun. I like that.
I heard a mention of going to Steam and Steel.
yeah.
Yeah, that seems like
talk to Emmerich
the only
again.
thing we really have time for. So.
Steven Spielberg.
So going in there, you're passing by the Bent Nail, which is like a wooden lodging. It is a sign that literally has a very large nail and it's bent. It's just punched into the sign. That is the Bent Nail.
That's cute.
We should fix it.
No.
That would ruin the purpose.
The front room that you can see through the windows on, it contains displays of ornate wooden furniture as well as bows and crossbows. And then behind the counter you can see is aligned with shields, quarterstaffs, and walking canes.
Cool.
And then, so just across the street from him, you see a billowing smith that's during the day. It has chimneys that house a forge. They emit smoke and steam during daylight hours where metal goods, weapons, and armors and tools are made. So you guys walk up to said smith.
Okay.
I pull out my quarterstaff.
So you hear two sets of hammers clanging as you approach, just kind of like in a rhythmic unison. And as you guys get closer, you can see a water ganassi pounding away at a craft of armor, and then you can see a fire ganassi hammering away at a warhammer.
Yes. I've been slacking on my sending photos to the Discord task.
They probably have a pretty steamy relationship.
You said a water and a fire ganassi, right?
Yep.
I pull out my quarterstaff. I don't really need anything like this. And I put it back.
You might want to.
So as you guys enter, they hear you step on what you actually come to find out is a metal flooring. No. They can just, if the dirt turns into not a typical cobblestone or wood scenario, they actually have metal flooring here, and so that you just, your boots clink on it, makes a distinct sound, and the fire genasi turns around. Ah, well met. You guys look like a fair set of adventurers. The name's Imbrick.
Nice to meet you, Embrick.
It's very nice.
The kiddos said that you had mentioned us.
My name is. And I try to sign Astra. Should learn to actually sign.
Anyway,
Right, yes. How's it?
we just moved in down the street, Troll Skull.
Well, introductions. Avi, come here. And his husband turns around and walks up to him and presses an arm. Nice to meet you.
We do have a steamy relationship.
Yes. It fits. I'm an armorer, and I'm part of the Armorers and Jewelers Guild, and my friend here, he is part of the Weaponsmiths Guild. We consider ourselves to be experts at the crafts.
That's great.
So what did you want us for?
Oh, I figured since you guys were renovating that perhaps you would want some of our many potential furnishings.
Furnishing.
But now that I've gotten a proper look at you, business isn't necessarily your only nature. Perhaps we can help out with other ways too.
I mean, we are of the adventuring stint, so to speak.
Well, there's no point in having a fancy dress with no place to go.
At this point, Emmerich's like, damn straight. That's absolutely, you should buy something or get the fuck out. Sorry.
I immediately walk out. Respect that. Respect you, bro.
And I was like, Emmerich, you need to hold your tongue. Sorry, he gets in these swings. He's like, I was born from Kalimshan. I act just like him. It's in my blood. I can't help it.
I'm unfortunately similarly minded with Astra here. I don't really have anything to purchase.
Oh, you don't want like shoes for your hooves to put like a metallic boot around them?
No, not at all.
Sure you don't want horseshoes?
Well, what about the horns? We can do something with that. Yes, we could, like a
I mean,
cast.
they're mostly for decoration.
I peek the fucking get something for your horse.
I don't think so. Maybe the jeweler.
I was like, I work with jewelry. I'm part of the.
I'm not
They're called the
necessarily.
Splendid Orders of Armorers, Locksmiths, and Finesmiths, actually.
I'm not particularly in need of anything.
Bolts,
But
arrows.
if we do, we'll come back, right, you guys?
I am pretty likely to be in the market for some bolts. I've got a crossbow back home that I use. I'm not much of a physical combatant. You won't catch me in any of those shiny suits of armor anytime soon, but I think we'll definitely be keeping this place in mind.
Well,
for any
if
of our
you,
needs.
for example, require the materials to a rather exquisite set of studs, for example, if you were to solicit stud leather, we could provide those for you.
Oh.
If you wanted like metal bands for the ends of your quarterstaff to pack a punch with, you could do that. Just keep in mind. Or if you have anything like banisters for your establishment, we can work those too. Or jewelry you wish to requisite.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'd probably be working that through what's his name? I always forget his name. Ben Rave. That's the one.
Oh, hold on. Don't we have a contract from him?
Probably.
I mean, honestly, I've signed so many contracts the last week. I think.
And we're like, wait. He goes back over next to the forge. You can see it's partially burned. Sorry. Yes, actually. We are building your
The classic.
banisters. So,
Keep us in mind if you need anything.
That-
Wait a second.
I think the thing you're making right now might be for our shop, our
Old
place.
Skull Manor?
yeah, he's like, well, maybe you would want to see the product. And Emmerich like pulls you towards it, and he's like showing you Avi's work is over on the side. You can actually see that it's cast and shaped via metallurgy enhanced through magic, in the sense of
Sick.
Avi works things in the forge through magical incantation, and it gives you like an appearance of a very, very well-made banner that would be replacing at least one of the ones that you saw next to your staircases.
Sick.
Looks great.
That is fantastic. Well, hopefully we've only got a couple more days left, and on the construction side of things, and maybe we can scratch some of this one's itch for adventure, and I'm sure we'll be back around for some bolts and arrowheads if that happens anytime soon.
Sure. Well, thank you for stopping by.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What god do you worship?
Who are you talking to? Avi or...
Not the one that screamed at me.
Okay. I worship Eldath, the god of peace.
Peace? No, what about you?
Let's see. Does it give me...
Piece of
kind
lore.
It's like, yeah. It's like, I'm a descendant of the Ifrit of Kalimshan.
Who is that?
He's part of the Jinn. He sets my blood on fire. Is the best way I can.
He's a partisan? What did you say?
He sets my blood on fire.
Partisan that sets your blood on.
Get out!
Seriously, what did he say?
What an interesting fellow.
He's just very passionate.
It's like, yes, and Mr. Passionate needs to go back to work where he can work out some of that energy.
Perhaps more passionate than
Fuck! He hits the hammer. This metal and fire and pieces of mold go everywhere.
I am re-intrigued. Sick?
You're so sexy.
Okay.
Let's go next.
I don't know. The Emerald Enclave is too far of a distance to travel while the construction's going on.
Mm-hmm.
When does the construction die down enough where we can do that? Like how many?
At the end of the 10-day. You guys are 7 days out.
Mostly sort of like riding out the 10-day. If
Yeah.
we're, like he said, if anything, like, kind of like if we find any sort of like adventuring bulletin board in the area, then maybe taking a peek at that, but we're not really into like going on big committed missions.
Yep.
Okay.
Agreed.
At some point, Vola comes in and checks by and sees how you guys are doing. He's like, wow, you guys move fast. Where'd you get all this money?
Where did we get all this money?
Everybody can roll an insight check individually in your dealings with him.
Insight? There ain't no insight of 14.
I'm clinically trained in insight. My first roll of the evening.
10!
12.
You are all questioned about Lif, the ghost, and the hauntings that occurred here. None of you pick up on it except for Percy. You catch it at the end, and you're like, we just had a half-an-hour conversation where you subtly worked in how to talk about this ghost.
You've been just
Oh, come on, even after we talked about it.
and just like doing that thing where he's like leading the conversation and just like getting more and more exacerbated, like trying to get one of us to bring up the ghost and talk about it.
Yeah. You also were able to tell that he was using a heavy amount of guidance on himself in order to orchestrate these things.
I recognize that.
Yes.
There's a special kind of sweating when you're like concentrating on a guidance spell and you're just like, please.
Yeah. He's super subtle and he's like working his magic, like quite literally, and wanting to get to the bottom of this. You notice like it's a page entry to his book. So
You know, I mean, maybe one of these days he'll.
man's got to work.
Yeah.
It
He must make a lot from his books if he's willing to like give us an entire house so that we could like study this ghost. I mean, that's not quite how that worked out,
Yeah.
right? But like,
I think realistically though, it's like he was going to buy the house regardless to
Yes.
get this story.
He already did buy the house.
Right. And then he can just give it away as a reward so he doesn't have to pay us. And then also gets us to do his job for him, basically. So he can, like, go do work on different parts of the book while we're here researching that chapter.
He's
But
crazy.
yeah, that is a big-ass commitment for
Absolutely crazy.
Did you guys want to roleplay any of the shops, or you just want the explanations of how they would have gone down?
I'm down for whatever.
I really want to, but at the same time, I think.
It's rolling to the end of the night kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
we-
it's
like-
not even that. It's like I want to roleplay it when I need something from them. You know what I mean? Like, whenever I need to level up or like get bolts or get whatever, go like then engage with the shopkeep.
So you only interact with the shop, like, they are your neighbors. They will be walking by and, like, stopping by and visiting and chatting, whereas you wouldn't associate.
I think, yeah, that level stuff where it's like sociable, doing the good neighbor thing, definitely going out of my way to like be kind and be engaging with them and treat them as my neighbors and important people. That kind of
Not
stuff.
necessarily, like,
Not gonna
walking
roleplay
in
through
there.
it.
Right. So you do get a brief kind of summary from everyone except for the Tiger's Eye, which is a shop that you won't like know what it does until you go into it specifically.
If that's the case, then there's probably means for going into there just out of pure curiosity.
Okay.
Like if you walk by Walmart, you know it's a Walmart. If you walk by Target, you know it's a Target.
You walk by this thing and you just see an orange and black sign with cat's eyes on it.
You walk by the voodoo shop and you're like, what is in there?
Yeah, my
pretty much
character would go in there.
Yeah.
Especially, I think it would kind of be a situation where it's like, you know, we're going on the week, like we're meeting people here and there, like, hey, how you doing? How's your mom and all them? And then it's like, wait a second. I remember we walked past this weird looking shop. Who runs that? None of the people that we met. Let's go down there.
Yeah, we need something interesting going on. Let's go to the interesting shop.
Honestly, it's like work a 9 to 5, make some money, pay your bills.
I mean, every person that we've met and every shop we've seen so far has been cool and interesting.
Yeah.
It's just like, that place is.
So I'll give you brief summaries of the people and the associated shops, and then we'll do Tiger's Eye.
Okay.
So you've already met Tally from the Bent Nail. He
Yeah.
is exactly what he's been proclaimed for. He is a woodcarver and carpenter. He sells wooden weapons and shields at normal cost, and he will craft you furniture and wood sculptures as you want them. You've just went to Steam and Steel, who are run by Embrick and Avi, the water and fire ganassi couple. They sell all metal weapons, armors, and shields.
Okay.
And they can also do some jewelry-based inquisitions and finery and stuff like that. So the silverware and stuff that they very likely have contracts for, or will have contracts for when the services are hired to supply you, will come from them. You go by Corlon's Crown. You know Corlon for the elven god Corlon, and Fala Lefelier is the elf who runs the place.
Follow.
Fala Lefelier. Oh my gosh. F-A-L-A.
F-A-L-A.
Lefelier is L-E-F-A-L-I-I-R.
L-E-F-A-I-R-R.
L-I-I-R.
L-I-R. Okay, cool. Fala Lefelier.
They are an herbalist, and they're a member of the Guild of Apothecaries and Physicians. They live, so the Crown is a stately 3-story house. It's a 3rd story converted into a greenhouse. People in the street below are able to see a rainbow of flowers blossoming amongst the vines and blah, blah, blah.
Okay, I have to go in there.
You're playing that out?
I think so.
Okay.
Hi.
This one's on you.
This is one of Astro's solo adventures.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi.
I
How are you?
have something and I need it made into something else.
Oh. Also, how can I?
It's important.
What is it?
You can't remember.
It's the
brain sack.
The sack of the intellect of our
The same
body.
like
She turned in most of it. She has
Yeah,
some of
but
it
I
left.
have a piece of it of the intellect of our that was given, to me for this purpose.
Holds out a small tray.
Sure.
Oh, you shouldn't handle it with your hands. It will contaminate. It's okay. What would you like me to do with this?
Make anything you want.
Okay.
I don't have the skill to do it unless you want to teach me. I like learning.
What background do you have in herbalism and alchemy?
Herbalism and poisoners.
How proficient would you say you are in these things?
What is that proficiency based off of?
You would probably consider yourself a novice.
What is my proficiency based off of? I just started learning, but I'm better than the average person.
It would be an intelligence-based asset.
I have a +2.
Herbalism would be wisdom.
I have a +5 wisdom. Not very smart, but very wise.
Very well. I do give classes.
Ooh!
They are expensive.
Y'all.
Expensive.
That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, not now, but
Sure.
someday. I'll take that back and then I'll come back and bring it to class.
Oh, this you wouldn't be doing for probably years. These are made with... They're ingredients.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're ingredients in
I didn't
intellect potions.
No.
They require a full alchemy lab and at least a somewhat partial mastering of the subject.
So, I gave you this rare ingredient. Would it cost me anything to have you make it into something?
Yes.
Even though I provided the ingredients?
You provided one of the ingredients to the potions.
What other ingredients do I need?
I would have to consort my texts, but several rare things. This is not a very common thing that people ask for.
Can I come back another day and I have a list of things I can go get? Or do you already have them?
I most likely have them, or can quickly get them from my guild associates. And before your carcass finishes decaying and becomes unusable.
Can I go upstairs?
You would like to see the greenhouse?
It's beautiful.
Sure.
Is there anything deadly in there?
At least 30 species of plants.
Okay.
Okay.
By the way, I'm Astra.
I'm Fala. Sorry. I'm Fala.
Bala.
Does not shake your hand. I don't like to be touched.
Okay.
And they guide you up the stairs.
They.
Mhm.
Cool.
They do not go by he or she. They take after, what was that? Corlon, who is not gendered.
Oh, cool. I just thought like they multiples, and I was like,
Nope.
where the fuck's the other one? Nope.
And so they take you up a rather ornate and elaborate and rich spiral staircase that takes you to an entry to a greenhouse. It's like, basically, it's everything smells earthy and herby here, and you can smell like acrid tinctures in some areas of the second floor that they are guiding you through. And when they go up to the third, you walk open and just everything opens up. Just the natural sunlight from outside.
Is it like that one movie with Reese Witherspoon?
I don't know that movie.
Darn it. Y'all know that movie?
And you are hit with just myriad of scents of just every single kind of flower that you can think of that having smelled before. Just rich earthy tones. You can see that there is a good solid, like, as you're entering the greenhouse at 2 feet or so of just dirt that is just super rich with nutrients and stuff that is
Do you
very well
mind?
cared for. I wouldn't I wouldn't touch anything. Unless you're able to identify someone.
Detect magic. Detect.
What a strange ritual.
Detect. You've never done this before? You should try it.
I use the
It's wonderful.
I use the elven words. I think they translate to that.
The elven words? What does that mean?
I cast spells in my language.
I mean, in Sylvan, I start saying detect magic.
No, it really doesn't translate very well, you know? Like, those aren't the same incantations for some reason. That's weird.
The
It
strangest
literally
use
is
of
like,
the elven language I've come
adios,
across.
amigo.
Adios, amigos, adios, amigos. That's not how you cast magic in my language.
They
What are
just
you
like,
doing?
at some point are just like,
Oh, my words, fine.
alright, so
Do
you're.
they let me?
Sure.
You're dope. You're so dope.
Danny, what are you doing? What are you doing over there, huh?
Oh, she's got a hairband.
Oh, it's the hairband that's attached to the cord, so.
Okay, next.
Yeah.
Then
So,
what happens? Does it pop off? Is everything magical? It looks like Avatar?
go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Nine.
You cast it and you let go of the concentration for it very quickly. You are assaulted. It just becomes a blinding flash of just, yes, there is magic in the air and there's so many different sources you can't make out any of it and it just instantly gives you a headache. Maybe it has something to do with fumes in the air as well. You don't know, but that was completely overwhelming.
It was totally worth it.
You're just like, you get what you bargained for.
This place is wonderful. I'd love to live here one day.
I'll take that as a strange compliment.
Or a place like it. Maybe I'll make our new inn like it.
I can help you out with that, get you started.
I don't have any money.
There are other ways.
I want to go adventuring so I can make money so I can have flowers.
Fine. Look, how about this? Follow takes you back downstairs, and they make a quick stop into the second floor, opens the door, and wait here just a second. Goes into what you see as living quarters, but it's kind of weird because you see like an entire apothecary set back there along just two files and just running beakers and stuff. And they go up and they procure one of their beakers. And then they come back and it's got some soil in it that they quickly walk back up the stairs to and fill. And they then carry on downwards. Stop by anytime. We sell a bunch of herbs and other such things here. Not everything is magical. But we also have potions that I keep behind the counter here. And stuff like animal friendship, climbing, your standard healing and greater healing potions, and water breathing. But many other things of that kind of nature. If you need something special made or classes made, I'll put them at special prices. And to get you started, they take out several seeds and they drop them and kind of shake it around, pour water in, and this like slightly glowing blue vial, and they pour it in there and they stopper it and hand it over on the house for a coming relationship.
What is it?
There are seeds to grow your first plants.
Quality show. Thank you.
I believe in fostering friendships wherever they may present themselves. Hopefully, that finds you in good presence. You would want to store that in a place with a lot of sunlight. So, on the roof, somewhere is probably the best.
Convert our entire top floor into a greenhouse. Pay the extra 250 gold to the Glass Blowers Guild to turn our entire top floor into a greenhouse.
I should also mention, the one section of the place that you had not been to was that sealed trap door from the spider. All it does is it leads up to the top turret here. And so in there are 3 windows. It gets a lot of shade in here. And the top has a small little trapdoor that has just a static ladder that's now since been repaired. that's just up against the wall that you can climb up to the top, where you're given a roughly 5 by 5 foot section, kind of. There's crenellations that are small, not too like pronounced. They're just small little juts, essentially, with breaks in between them, and it's just open air out there.
Oh, cool.
Greenhouse.
Yeah, dope.
Greenhouse tower.
Greenhouse.
Dope.
We're
Dome of
literally
glass.
making Walmart. We're making a quickie mart. It's gonna have liquor. It's gonna have quick food.
Or more like a Trader Joe's or something.
It's gonna have herbs.
And the last thing of notable interest before you go to the Tiger's Eye is that there is a sewer entrance just to the east of both the Bent Nail and Steam and Steel.
That is noble interest.
Okay.
You said just to the east of the Bent Nail?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Hopefully not. Hopefully they'll live.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
All right. So next up, Tiger's Eye. You all go together.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Done.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
This just looks like a standard, like well-to-do residence place, but the sign outside says it's technically a business.
Ooh, we've had some of those.
What?
Where I grew up, IRL, we've had some of those.
Oh.
Where they're in residential, but they're technically businesses.
Oh, it's like when we went to fucking
Do a
Den,
lot of
and there's that
stuff
like
but-
guy who's just selling board games at the back of his house.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
there's
My mom and
a
Eddie went to that game shop, actually.
Yeah.
there's a few of those in North Dallas where it's like, this is a restaurant.
I do like those.
This is
There's a really good taco place in Denton that I went to that was like that when we went after one of the salsa nights, where it's just like
And
it was
that's
like
why you
it was a
don't
house
have it.
with like an extra building attached to it, and it was just a taco place with a stage where you could like do stand up.
There's a really nice winery also that's just a house with a big backyard.
in McKinney.
Yeah.
And then
So-
one is one I've done too. You
Anyway.
know,
Anyways, D&D.
I'm sorry.
It's irrelevant.
It is. I just want you to know I grew up in a place that was like a house and an armory / gun shop. That was just attached to a house.
Texas.
That's
Woo! It's just my house.
Alright, so you guys walk up to the front entrance where you try the door and it is locked.
No, we knock.
Okay. You know.
Are most shops like
Walk in.
Yes.
the door is closed but you open it to walk in?
Yeah.
Kind of thing?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's very much been the establishment. Like the residence houses, not so much, but the shops mostly have like windows in the front and a very inviting nature if the doors aren't just open already.
Okay.
So you knock, and what happens here? You hear a very, I think, rigid set of steps, like heavy boots, are walking across a wooden floor, and you hear a couple locks being undone, and he opens the door, and in front of you stands a human who is dressed extremely sharply in a suit, and he has a very slim pipe that he's currently smoking from. Grabs it. Hello, Vincent Trench at your service.
Vincent? Oh no.
What does your shop do?
The Tiger's Eye? Not so much a shop, more of a business. Yes, I'm a detective. Things that need detecting, I detect.
Oh my god. The cat. Okay. Yep. He's a private eye. The cat's eye. Or the tiger's eye, sorry.
Wait, like you can look at something and inspect it and tell us its worth, or you go investigate.
I mean, if you want an inquisitive nature about the contents or worth of an item, I can find that, if you wish. Though, anything you wish to discover, I guarantee you, I can discover it for you.
That's quite the interesting business.
You want dirt on the family? You can have it. You want knowledge about the town? You can have it.
What do you know about me?
I know that you're here from pretty recent, and that you've been holding up in the Troskull Manor, lack of better words, for about the past 10 days. You plan on reopening it, and I believe you've run into Volo, Rainier, and Flume, the 3 I've discovered. I like to keep my neighbors known about.
Is your business legal?
Absolutely.
That's interesting. It seems like that would be against the nobles' wishes, wouldn't it? I don't know much about Waterdeep, but they seem like the type to not wish to be investigated.
Everyone has dirt everywhere you look. Most people spend their time hiding it so that they stay within the boundaries of the law.
Holds open bag of dirt. How did you know I had this dirt?
Used for effect.
What a genius!
He's so good.
Come in if you wish to talk.
I don't see
Sit
why.
down for refreshments.
Hey, I wish to sneakily talk to person.
Yeah.
Also, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Okay. Insight is a thing that I do. 14.
Okay. The law is a game. It's only bad if you get caught. There are ways of staying within the realms or bleeding those lines a little bit. Detective work is not illegal, but you can request for things that may or may have to be obtained illegally in some manner. It's the need to know business and plausible deniability that gets you.
Plus,
through
I'm
these
sure
transactions.
nobles probably call for him the most out of them.
Right. Like for Rin, who's not really like very well versed in how city life works in that regard, like that's a weird thing. Like, isn't what you're doing potentially very illegal? Like, how does that work? Oh, it's gray area.
Yeah. He also broadcasts a lot of things. Like, if you want to know anything information wise about the city, he can retrieve that for you. If you're looking for something specific, like, oh, I want this super rare special thing, he's like, I'll go find that for you. And he might come back to you in a day or two and be like, you need to go to this exact stall. I've arranged for procurement of the service.
Probably a similar service that Percy used at some point to find you guys.
Right. So my quiet aside
Very, very
Percy
similar.
is like, what do you know about these kinds of folks?
I mean, for the most part, they do their jobs. You
Fair
know?
enough.
As long as there's two people alive on Earth, one of them wants to know something about the other one, and then the other one wants to have one dead, but that's a different kind of business.
You keeping it secret from the rest of the
I'm
party?
just not showing the person that's in the room with us.
Fair enough.
And he's like, yes, though if I am being exquisite about this, you three look a bit more in line to deal with want the other person dead part. I just merely dig up the dirt.
Exactly.
Anyways, my doors are open to you. Business,
Don John.
I feel like
I'm sure could be rather profitable for the both of us.
this is something that we could definitely use once we pick up a quest.
Yes.
I don't know if we have too much uses for his services. I mean, I'm sure there's something that we would want to know that we don't know, but I don't know that I would pay money for it currently.
We are currently, most of the information we're looking for is work related.
I don't wish to play cats about this. I'll just give you the information up front. Most smaller endeavors, stuff that is just information of very routine nature, something you could find in the city of your own, small fee. But stuff of like actual interest or portent tends to be run around 50 gold. Dragons here, yes. And then things that are much more in depth than that, we'll talk. Favors are things I deal with, as well as higher fees.
I have a strange question, and I might be willing to pay for the answer to it, although I don't know it would require payment. I'm not sure how this works. What's the most gold anyone spent on your services before?
He smiles at this. You distinctly get the feeling of just like a cat grinning. Like, think Cheshire cat grin.
Mm-hmm.
How about we enter our first agreement? 10 dragons, and you'll have your answer.
It's a little steep for me. Sorry. I think I'd rather keep the mystery.
Fair enough.
I mean, there are some situations where the price of information is information in itself.
Right.
And perhaps that information is a game and a test.
The answer was actually in his price. It's 10 gold dragons. No one buys his stuff.
The answer to
It's actually just Joe Exotic, the giant.
I'm shady as shit.
Oh shit.
You could be my highest paying customer right now for only 10 gold dragons.
which is really sad because his baseline was like 50 gold.
I'm obviously kidding, but
He just gets bullied constantly, gets haggled down to
But it's just like the
he seems like a cool guy.
the information of just the price that would be his like highest price that he's done is worth 10 gold to him.
Right.
Yeah, also you distinctly get the feeling like it is a cat and mouse kind of game. He has set a high bar because he's curious as to how you'll respond to it. He gives no indication of what that barrier of high price would be.
Right.
But you do get the impression that this man has known about his business. Like the inside of his establishment is a rather regal apartment. It's dimly lit by oil lamps, not torches and not lights or anything. So it's a like a slow, smoky, acrid kind of smell that blends in with the current fragrances that he smokes his pipe with, and everything is like just stately and proper in here. Like he's got
and an oil.
like a 2-seat like red couch that he's currently sitting on, and it's trimmed with like a bronze kind of thread that wraps around it. He has leather chairs and other more fanciful like furniture inset. Like he lives richly. So
Okay.
He
Hell,
good at his job.
Yes, thank you.
possibly.
Dope. Does he have mahogany anywhere?
Tons of it.
It's always dark tones, low light, and mahogany.
He's like, nah, I'm a fan of birchwood.
Everything's bright.
There's no birch in this realm.
Well, that's a very interesting concept of something that we could dump our money into.
Yep.
You look like you have a question.
I don't have any money.
Not everything comes at a price.
Did you know the previous owner of Troll Skull Manor?
Which ones?
Any of them?
Personally, no. Do I know of them? Know about them? Yes.
Did you think that was my actual question?
Matters not. Gave you an answer.
I just wanted to be like, why? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Be like, it's not it. Are you a part of any guilds?
Probably.
Should we be?
Absolutely. That's rational advice to give to any person in Waterdeep. You've probably heard it dozens of times in your short time here. You're working with guilds.
What about tattoos?
What about them?
Do we get any tattoos?
Only if you're looking for trouble. Knowing the tattoos you're talking about.
Do you have any tattoos?
That's information you'll have to pay for. Same.
I wonder how much it would
Actually, you
cost.
probably wouldn't respond like that. You'd be like, it is a rather marvelous piece. I enjoyed it a lot.
I wonder how much it would cost to know the. I wonder how much it would cost to know the current location of Xanathar.
Yeah.
That'd be dope.
Probably our lives. Because the moment we find out, we're dead.
It might not even be astronomical. It might just be a lot. But I don't know what we would do with that information. That's we're
Yeah, I don't know
not
what
going to
we
be
do with that information
But,
either.
but I, as a Colin Harris, want to know the answer to that question so badly.
I think Percy's been in a few of these situations where it's like, I've got enough money to blow. Why the fuck not?
Yeah, find my friends. Find my dead friends. I dare you. Yeah, oh,
This is a service that
shit.
you did use for
Yeah.
for such.
Cool.
It costs a small fortune, right? Like a year's worth of like an upper class. So like
I hit a really, really big score, and also maybe that guy, one of the like detective-y dudes, was at the table that I was gambling at and lost a lot.
that's probably what happened. You probably didn't have the actual sum of money. He probably just couldn't afford his debt and was like, "Yo, I can do something if you really want it." And you're like a little bit under the influence, like, I bet you couldn't find my dead friends.
Yep.
And he's like, nah, I'll take you up on that. I got you, because I'm...
I got you, bro.
But
Yeah.
in Three Dragon Ante, you cannot pay your debts to people directly.
Yeah, he wasn't playing through that. You would know that because
He won the pot.
he had to assure you that it was valued. He was probably like several hundred gold in the debt to you. And the service that he was offering was at least worth 1,000, sort of thing.
Really? No, just to find a couple people.
Dead people from decades ago across the world?
Who weren't dead.
I think
He would have said,
I think
are they dead or are they
the
not?
amount of information that I would have been able to legitimately give them would have been like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, you want me to find a satyr that's blonde? You know they're all blonde, right?
And somewhere on the continent,
May or may not be dead.
and you have no relevant recent description of him. 15 years. You just now decided that was your time.
It's a real dick move on Percy's part.
Yeah. You're like, okay, listen, I seriously don't think you could do it, but if you want to pay your debt to me, like, here's 3 sentences. Go find the 2 people I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah, his services seem like they'd be useful at some point. Very sure. Yeah, like
He
that on
very
our
much assures you of that.
Yeah.
I think the one that I would spend money at right now would be this shop, but I'm afraid
Our next job. When we hit it big on our next job, dump all you want on that.
Please don't take a dump on him. I don't think he'll take it lightly.
All right, and so we're going to start wrapping it up. We only didn't visit one shop, as it turns out, and that's Bookworm's Treasure. So I'll just kind of run you through what his deal is. You would have found enough to like have known the inside of his establishment and what he actually does. So this store is owned by Rishal, and
Rishal?
yes, Rishaal. He is a short dragonborn. He is a mage, and he's a member of the Watchful Order of Magists and Protectors. The front of his bookstore is adorned with a charming side of a gold dragon curled around a treasure hoard of books and scrolls, which we already described. Inside the shop is decorated with beautiful hardwood and an earthy scent of old books. The library fills 2 floors of the 3-story building, containing more shelves than the store should be able to hold. It is bigger on the inside than on the outside.
inside. He said it.
Yep. He is of the Gold Dragon ancestry, and he's named Rishal the Page Turner. He lives on the 3rd floor of this, essentially, library of sorts. Furthermore, what you find here are books of all sorts and kinds, large, small, and everything in between. In addition, he has a small collection of spell books, and he allows wizards to copy spells from them at the cost listed. He can also scribe any of these spells for you, but he charges more for doing so. A brief run through of some of the stuff that he has like lower levels was like detect magic and mage armor and shield and magic missile. Some other stuff like he's got arcane lock and misty step. Even higher yet, he's got like fireball and water breathing and dispel magic. Higher yet, he's got stuff like greater invisibility and polymorph. And then even higher yet, he's got like cone of cold, modified memory.
That's pretty cool.
Very cool.
And there are several other spells as well.
You
I
have
just gave you a brief.
I will eventually.
And we couldn't like do the wizard thing with him, but we could get him to scribe a scroll, and then Ryan could read from that scroll. And
I happen to be incredibly proficient at using spell scrolls, having access to the entire sorcerer and cleric spell list.
yes.
But yeah, I get because like tiefling, my tiefling heritage blood, the Mammon is a very like greedy, like steal theft, gold hoardy type of devil. So I get like mage hand to let me grab things, Tensor's floating disc to transport loot, and arcane lock to protect my loot.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
All right, and we will wrap it up there. That's Trollskull Alley and Trollskull Manor renovations in the North Ward. Next up, we will finish off the renovations. We will set up the opening scheme for your tavern, which will have names and emblems and such. And then we'll go into some of the other little tidbits that are awaiting you upon your opening.
It was a shopping episode, but we spent all of our money too fast, so we just had to window shop.
Yeah. Window shopping episode.
All right, and with that, we will head out. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for joining.
Bye.
Bye, guys.